Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this special meeting of the City Transit Trust to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Johnson. Warren.
Business item number 1, consider approval of the minutes of the City Transit Trust regular meeting of March 14, 2023.
Move to approve.
Do I have a motion and a second? Please call the roll or vote. We just have 5. Motion carries 5-0. Business item number 2, consider approving a request for proposals for a GPS AVL Global Positioning System automatic vehicle location and digital passenger counter for the Lawton Area Transit System and authorize the solicitation of the same. Yes, sir.
Mayor, councilmen, women. Yes, just a little bit of a background. In 2019, we acquired ETA Transit, was awarded as a contract for this service. However, with the time, their system software became incompatible with our hardware, and additional equipment from ETA Transit could not guarantee the system would work as specified in the original contract. So we gave them the opportunity to correct this issue, but it has not resolved the issue. So we're looking to go out for RFP for this GPS AVL system.
Council, any questions or a motion? Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve going out for a request for proposal.
And we have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Is that a new vote? I guess it is. Motion carries 5-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Warren. Hankins.
Okay, John, we need a few minutes between.
We do.
Okay, so we'll have a couple-minute recess while they reset.
Mayor, we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, before I call this next meeting to order, I want to, first of all, each council member will, I'm sure, have something to say in a few minutes concerning the resignation of our colleague, Sean Fortenbaugh. But what I want to make sure that we do during this time of prayer is ask the pastor to be sure and remember Sean in his time of prayer, and then we'll have comments a little bit later. And with that, I will call this regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Terry Marsh of the Carriage Hills Christian Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Father, first of all, we thank you that you allow us to come and speak openly to you, and you welcome us in your presence. today on behalf of Sean Thornton Law and his family. We pray for comfort. We also pray you be guiding those who will be making decisions about his situation, and that you would bring not only comfort to them, but also joy. Today, we also want to pray for those in Nashville and the many, many families that are hurting there. We ask that you would be a blessing to them. Thank you also that our community has not experienced such as that, and we pray that will not be the case. Today, for wisdom and direction and guidance for these men and women making decisions, but also for those of us who live here, each and every one of us, that our only desire would to bring glory and honor to your name by the way we live our individual lives, and that will make our community a community that brings honor to you. We pray in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Terry. Please call the roll.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
And a quorum is present. Okay, at this time, we'll have a presentation to Bobby Whitson. I believe Jason is going to do that. Jason, come on up.
Is it on?
No.
There we go. All right. Mayor and council members, it's my honor to, if you haven't already met Bobby Whitson, to introduce her. She served as the chair of the International Festival Committee for 24 years, from 2008 to 2022. And over that time, if anyone has ever been to the International Festival, 3 days of, celebrating the best of Lawton, the diversity, the cultures, what's here. And so we wanted to make sure that we honored Bobby Whitson for her over 2 decades of service to the International Festival and in City of Lawton. So thank you so much. So not only do you get the plaque that's on behalf of the International Festival Committee at McMahon Auditorium Authority, we also would like to give you a City of Lawton Challenge coin on behalf of the city manager and mayor for, again, your over 2 decades of service to the city. Thank you so much.
Nice lady.
All right, very good. Now we'll have a presentation for Lexi Walker. Is Lexi here? All right, come on down. Okay, so this is National Women's History Month. And so we saw on TV, KSWO of course, that Lexi was the only female chief meteorologist based in Oklahoma and the first ever female chief meteorologist at KSWO. So we thought that we would give her a mayoral citation. And it says, on behalf of the citizens of the City of Lawton, we're pleased to confer upon you the mayoral citation in recognition of your dedication and expertise in the field of meteorology, your ability to, here, hold that a minute, I gotta put my glasses on. Thank you. Your expertise in the field of meteorology, your ability to interpret complex weather patterns and provide accurate and timely forecasts has been invaluable to residents, businesses, and emergency responders in our community. In addition to your professional accolades, you are also a role model for women and girls across Oklahoma and especially in our community by breaking barriers and succeeding in a traditionally male-dominated field of science. Let's give Lexi a big round. All right, now we're going to give you the mic and let you say something. And what we really want to hear is all the good golf weather coming in.
I mean, aside from Thursday's weather, I think for the most part this week is looking to be pretty good. I just wanted to say thank you not only to City Council but to Mayor Booker for inviting me here today to be recognized. This was something that was completely unexpected, and I'm very thankful that I was able to be given this opportunity and be recognized here. I am in a male-dominated field, so it's not easy. There are long days, but you know what? I'm here to serve the community of Texoma and more importantly, the community of Lawton. I've made it my home, and I continue to strive and just create a better community in the weather, and that's what my job is, to keep you all safe. Thank you.
I didn't hear anything about golf weather.
I mean, it's 80s and 90s are on the way.
Thank you, Lexi. Let's give her another round of applause. Now we're going to do a proclamation for Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, and if y'all will bring that out. This was given to me by the Goodwill Adult Daycare, and several developmentally disabled. Did we have a picture? Did we get the picture going? Maybe we didn't. But they came by, I think it was on Monday, and they dropped this off, and they just an awesome job at it. I want to show that. Now, who is it that's going to get this proclamation for developmental disabilities? Here we go. And this is Darian's voice, right? Okay, and you're Darian's mom?
No, I'm Shannon. I'm one of the board members.
Oh, okay.
His mom's right there.
Okay, hi.
I'm Lisa.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Leslie Coupson, the mother of Darian. It's my
You're
baby.
Darian's mother?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And what's your name again?
Leslie Coupson.
Okay. So I'm going to let you tell us about that in a minute. I'm going to read this, and then I'll hand you the mic and let you talk a little bit about this, okay? So this is one of those things that's special to me because of my granddaughter. Whereas individuals living with developmental disabilities are valuable members of our community, contributing to society in countless ways and deserving of respect, inclusion, and access to opportunities to reach their full potential. And whereas millions of Americans live with developmental disabilities and they face unique challenges that require special care, support, and understanding. Whereas we recognize the efforts of advocates, families, caregivers, and service providers like Darian's Voice Foundation, who work tirelessly to improve the lives of individuals living with developmental disabilities through empowerment, education, and support. Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month is an opportunity to promote awareness and understanding of developmental disabilities and the issues facing individuals living with these developmental disabilities and the individuals that support them. So I declare this month, Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Let's give them a round of applause. I think she's wanting us to move over here. Got to go where the camera is. Okay, and I'm going to let you talk.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about Darian's Voice.
Well, first I want to say thank you to the Mayor Stan Booker. We wholeheartedly appreciate this proclamation. And we do accept the proclamation on behalf of Darian and my father, Lelbert Coupsaw Jr. We started the foundation last year after Darian passed away in November 2021. Our goal is to assist parents and caregivers of children with special needs in linking them to the services that they so greatly need. One of our first priorities is hoping to start an after-school program for the children that are left out of traditional daycare and adult daycare services, so ages 14 to 19. We're looking for a building to be able to offer these services, and also through that building, we can provide respite care services to the parents of the children with special needs, children and adults. It's greatly needed. There's nothing like that in Lawton, America, so it's at the core of our heart to get that done. Also, we are working on our second annual Easter egg hunt for children and adults with special needs. It's going to be April the 1st at the Miracle League at Elmer Thomas Park. We're going to start gathering at 2 o'clock. The big egg hunt will start at 3. We're going to have the Pause with Love therapy dogs there, free face painting by Bianca Hanna, and there's going to be a DJ that's going to do karaoke. And we're going to have lots of prizes, and we have over 5,000 eggs already set to go. And the Ambucks is also going to have a concession stand, and all the monies raised from their concession stand will go back into the upkeep of the Miracle League field. Thank you, everybody, so much.
Let's give them another round of applause. And now, I don't think anybody's here, but let's give Goodwill Adult Daycare the participants for doing this and the workers that help so much. Let's give them a round of applause, too. Now it's a week of the young child, Comanche Academy Charter Schools, PTA. All right. How you guys doing? Okay, you brought the backup today, didn't you? Okay.
They'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance in Comanche.
Oh, they want to do the Pledge of Allegiance? Hey, we can do that. We can do that. Let's go ahead and have them do that first, and I'm just going to turn that over to you. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance again.
All right, guys, I want y'all to come and get closer to the mic so that we can hear you. And I need you to do it loud, okay? Turn around and face the flag. Back up a little bit. Back up so I can get the kids over here. Come here, y'all two. Come here, y'all two. Come over here. Okay. Ready? Go.
Tawanatsia akamakata Tawanatsia maina wanadui Tasasika sokobi Papa uwana sama oye namibana aina waiku Nahina nami haniku Ta'apa Taramisuta.
That was a great job. Thank you, guys. I think we've had this one right here before, right? Okay, that was great. So the week of the young child, whereas the Comanche Academy Charter School PTA, in conjunction with the Oklahoma Association of the Education of Young Children and National Association for the Education of Young Children, are celebrating the week of the young child. Whereas these organizations are working to promote and inspire high-quality early childhood experiences that can provide a foundation of learning and success for our state's youngest citizens and for the children in Lawton, Oklahoma. Whereas teachers and others who work with or on behalf of young children and those who make a difference in the lives of young children in Lawton, Oklahoma deserve thanks and recognition. And whereas public policies that support early learning for all young children are crucial to the young children's futures and to the prosperity of our society. Therefore, I now declare it the week of the young child. Let's give them another round of applause. Okay, I'm going to give you that, and I'm going to let you talk for just a minute, okay?
Okay, so I think that this was something that was really important to us because our children, of course, are our future. And with Comanche Academy Charter School, along with their regular curriculum, they also teach the Comanche language and Native culture, and so, that's very important. This weekend, to kick off the Week of the Young Child, we're having a bubble run at the Fort Sill Indian School. Everyone is welcome. It doesn't matter if you're Native or not. We just think that it's really important to recognize our children.
Thank you again for this opportunity, and across the state of Oklahoma is the Week of the Young Child, and we are our second year of the charter school, and we're just thankful to see that we are being able to, like she said, focus on our culture, but at the same time they're learning the curriculum as other Oklahoman students. And with our bubble run, it's our second annual bubble run, but we are having it at the Fort Sill Indian School, so just knowing the history of the foundation of the school was to pretty much cultural genocide. And so right now and today we're able to hold on to what language that we still have and our culture that we still have. And so we just wanted to honor our elders and being able to be at the same facility and showcase these buildings of what happened there for our elders. And we're just thankful for the opportunity and for Mayor for giving us this time. And we also have a powwow. Everybody's invited, April the 22nd at the Comanche Nation Tribal Headquarters. We're open to everybody. We would love to have you all join us as well. Oroko.
Right, thank you. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for doing the pledge for us. Bye-bye. Okay, now we have Citizen of the Month, Jerry Nottingham, and the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women is the one that administrates all of this. How are you, sir? Good to see you. All right. So this is pretty exciting, isn't it? Whereas this is the 27th consecutive year that Jerry Nottingham has worked as race director for road races that are coordinated as fundraisers for nonprofit organizations. He accepts no pay for his time as the event coordinator because he has a passion to give back to the Lawton Fort Sill community. Whereas he began coordinating the races in 1996 with the Firecracker Run. He then worked for 10 years with Run for Hope. 2023 will mark his 16th year for organizing the Jingle Jog. These races often feature a 5K run and a 1-mile walk to allow people of every age and fitness level to participate. Whereas Jerry has also coordinated the Kyle Nottingham Kitty K the last 20 years. This is a free run for kids named for his son Kyle, who passed away 13 years ago. Whereas beneficiaries over the years have been the local high school cross-country teams, the Lawton Food Bank, the Women's Shelter, Birth Choice, Hospice, Cameron Cross Country Team, and CASA, the court-appointed special advocates. And whereas as race coordinator, his primary duties include planning, programming, coordinating, and supervising the various functions of directing a road race event. Whereas Jerry says, the main reason I have been race director for CASA, working with other folks helping out, is to offer foster care kids the one thing we all need: hope. I don't think we can solve all the problems in our world, but maybe we can give some kids hope for a better life. That's awesome, Jerry. He needs a round of applause for that right in the middle. Thank you. All right, so Jerry is our Citizen of the Month for March the 23rd, and we commend him for many contributions and unselfish commitment to the progress of this community and the residents of Lawton Fort Sill, especially the children. On behalf of the city of Lawton, thank you for setting an inspirational example. Let's give him another round of applause. All right, we're going to get over there with prayer. All right, now you get to say something.
Well, thank you very much for this high honor. I never dreamed 27 years ago it would be like this. It's been a lot of fun. I'd like to thank a lot of people who helped me, especially my wife, putting up with me, volunteers or helpers for a real good cause. And once again, thank you very much for this high honor. Thank you, Mayor.
You guys, this is just one of many hidden heroes that we have in our community. There are so many like Mr. Nottingham out there. And if you know of a hidden hero that's been tirelessly serving the Lawton-Fort Sill community, go to the City of Lawton website, to Citizen of the Month, and you can download an application right there. We would love to honor them. So I hope you guys are thinking and you have somebody in mind. We would love to help you honor those people.
All right, let's give the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women a big round of applause for what they do. Thank you, Jerry. God bless you. Okay, and now it's time for the reports by the mayor and the city council. I think everybody's heard by now that Councilman Fortenbaugh has resigned due to a significant health event in his life. And obviously that came on rather quick and is very serious. I want to tell you, I've enjoyed working with Mr. Fortenbaugh, and I want to tell you, you kind of become family up here because you're going through all the things you go through, and that includes significant personal attack when you're an elected official, and you go through it together. And you just develop a bond that it's hard to explain to somebody that hasn't been there. Sean's given his all for his time serving on this council. And I want you to, we thank Sean, but I also want you to know that the citizens of Ward 6 are not going unrepresented because I am elected at large, which means as the mayor, I represent the citizens of everywhere. And if you have a problem in your ward, you need to get a hold of me and I can direct you to the right place. And Sean did a great job of taking care of all of that. Whoever gets that job is going to have a big shoes to fill. And I'm going to go down here to the Mayor Pro Tem and let him go next.
I'd just like to thank Councilman Fortenbaugh for the enthusiasm and the willingness that he has and had to work through the difficult issues that face the council on a weekly. Most of all, though, I'd like to thank Sean for his work ethic and the time that he's invested in the betterment of our city and the lives of the citizens of Lawton. So many times people don't realize, they think that we just show up here and spend a couple hours and then we go on about our business. But it's really an all-day, everyday job because you never know when somebody's going to be at your office, where you're going to see somebody out in the community. And you deal with those problems all the time and those issues that people have. And Sean always did it with a smile on his face, and he truly did have the best interests of the citizens of Ward 6 in everything that he did. He worked really hard for a lot of things. I know that he worked especially hard to get Gore Boulevard finished out past 67th Street, and he worked with me and some others very diligently to get that sidewalk finished to Eisenhower. Sean's a good guy, and I hope and pray that he does well. And there are big shoes to fill, not only on the council, but on all the committees and commissions that he served on. We will have to work really hard to find somebody that can fill those shoes.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Just piggybacking on what Councilman Warren just said, Sean was a really good guy, and he spent a lot of time dedicated to getting things done. No, we don't just show up here on every other Tuesday. There's a lot of committees and meetings and things, and Sean really went above and beyond in the things that he did do. And so just wanted to send just messages of hope to his family and also to Sean. Our family has you in our prayers and hope that you get well.
And Mr. Gill.
I'd like to welcome everyone here to your government at work today. I look through the audience and I see a few new faces. We need to encourage people to come and see how their government works. This is something Sean worked on. This is something he believed in. I didn't get to work with him on the council for a long time, but I knew him before the council. He's always been a fine man, always put the city allotment first, and I, for one, I know as the rest, will really miss him. We really will. And I hope him and his family will. Thank you.
Last night I texted Sean just to give him hope and hope for healing, not only for him but for his family. And I told him that we're really going to miss him up here because he offered so much every single time and had the life of the city in his heart. So we will miss him, and Godspeed.
So it's been an interesting month and a half here, as a lot of you have noticed. For Councilman Fortenbaugh, the thing I appreciated most about him was he was very quiet, but when he spoke with reason, and he was heartfelt in everything that he did. And any time that I had questions or needed guidance, I could call Sean, and Sean would help me with the issues I was having. In addition to Sean resigning, we also recently had the resignation of our city manager, and we want to wish him well. He's enjoying retirement, but he worked really hard for this city as well, along with Sean, and we're going to miss him as a lot as well. One more thing. June the 3rd is the employee action committee, or the employee picnic, and they have invited all of the council people to come speak. There'll be prizes given out during the day, and they would love for us to come visit. So, thank you.
Well, I texted Sean last night, and I said a whole bunch of selfish things right at first. Like, I'm really going to miss you. Once in a while, you don't communicate with words, but I would be sitting across the table from him, and something would come up, and that smile from him, knowing that we just connected on that wavelength at that time. And because he was on the council when I came in, so I was still new, and I really appreciated all the support from him. I've certainly found out that prayer works in my life. Sometimes you get in a bind when you do that or need that, but I did remind him that I will pray for him.
Thank you guys so much. Now it's time for audience participation. And anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And Mr. Dave Gooden, if you'll come forward, please. And if you'll just state your name and address for us.
Dave Gooden, 1107 Southwest Pecan Road. I want to talk about the trash out by the dump. You got trash and debris on the road. You got it on the shoulders of the road. You got it hanging from trees, hanging on fences, in the fence lines. Last Wednesday, you had some people out there picked it up. They got a small percentage of it, the easy stuff. You've got a tarping requirement. Nobody enforces it. They stop at Surplus City, put their tarp on. I've seen them stop across from the landfill entrance, put the tarp on. You got trash blowing in the creeks. Nobody cleans it up. My last conversation with Michael before he quit was I was going to sue him personally and the city for not taking care of that. I'm going to wait and see what you guys do with it. before I talk to my attorney again. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation? Yes, sir. Come on up and state your name and address, please.
My name is Theodore Philpott. I've lived in this town since 1963. I've lived in the home that I own since that time. I bought it in '84. It's coming apart. I've lived in that home since 1984. I owned it. It's not on. Got to have the green light on. Anyway, my name is Theodore Philpott. I own a home at 2302 Northwest 32nd Street. I've lived in it since 1963. I bought it from my parents. I'm here today to talk about the water bill. I retired from the paper plant in '20. My wife and I decided to hit the road. After 20 years of service, I've never been on a vacation. We've been gone for 3 years. We come back last month, started fixing up our house, and I'm going to get it done. And I get my water bill, $108 and some change, and I'm appalled. While I've been gone, you guys have taken our trash, turned it to 1 day a week instead of 2. You already put the can out there for everybody to use because you didn't want them using all the other cans. You wanted to help people keep them from hurting their backs, which is understandable. But I get back and I get 1 day a week trash pickup. There's trash all over the house, in bags. I take my 16-foot trailer and haul 3 trailer loads of garbage out of here. I raised Cain with the sanitation people to get a second can out there because of your change. Just a moment. I finally get a second can, and things get turned around. You have taken and charged me the same amount for trash pickup and give me half the service. In order to keep up with trash volumes, I have to get another can. Now I got to give you more money. My gas bill is half of your water bill. My electric bill is a quarter of your water bill. I come in here last week to pay my bill and ask, why is it that way? And I'm told, go see your council. Now, before I point any more fingers, I want to tell you this. You folks on this city council, I commend you for your service. You've got a hard job because you've got to listen to people like me complaining to you. And I understand what you're going through. But I don't understand your water bill. Mayor Booker, you and I have had several conversations since you took over mayor. Before you took office, you were just elected, and we had a conversation. And I've been to your office a couple of times talking to you about things in this town. And I'm going to make an appointment with you to bring a laundry list of things into you that I promised you. And I'd like to speak to you. But I want to know why my water bill, and I'm only using 1,000 gallons of water, is $108. Somebody needs to answer to that. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come forward? Lance? Give us your name and address, please.
Lance Griffey, 6115 Northwest Euclid. I've been on vacation for a couple of weeks, just got back from Grand Canyon and whatnot, but I get a letter in the mail. My house burnt down. It didn't burn down. It burnt on January 20th of this year. By February 1st, my insurance company put $90,000 in so I could rebuild the inside of the house, smoke and water damage only. While I'm on vacation, I get a letter when I get back. The city wants to mow my house down unless I can come and tell you guys why it's like it is. All my permits have been filed. All my permits have been granted today. They were filed. Like I said, the only people trying to get my house faster than you is the insurance company that paid me to put it back together. I mean, they're telling me they're going to tear my house down.
Is your house on the D&D list today?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, then you can't speak about it during audience
Oh, I thought this
participation.
was something where you just come
But
up
you
with it.
can when your house comes up, okay?
Okay.
But this is for items that are not on the agenda.
Okay, I didn't know why. I just told me to come here.
We'll get to those houses
Okay.
later in the agenda. Thank you, Lance. Is there anybody else that would like to come? Need your name and address.
Name Aquarion Yarborough, address 8218 Southwest Sun Valley. So I wasn't going to speak today, but when you came to speak to me, it made me decide I wanted to speak. Right when you came up to me, they heard it, and you were like, hey, you know, great going to the church, all the good stuff, blah, 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 but hey, we got some rules when you speak. Can you not say this? And my thing is, I know Robert's rules. I wanted to come say it in front of you. I also wanted to say that I don't like that you moved the police officer down here when he usually sits up there, because I told you I was going to speak. I watched everything that happened. And what I'm saying is, this is the second time you've got the police on me. And I've done nothing. I ain't stole nothing. I ain't hurt nobody. I just come here and do my civic duty. So I'm talking to you, Mayor, and I'm wondering, can we please stop doing that from here on out? And that's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to come forward and speak at this time during audience participation? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. And Council, I think we're wanting to pull number 9 so we can talk about the Avalon Street project. Is there anything else that you would like to pull?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 11.
11? Okay. Any others? Okay, so we're just pulling 9 and 11. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of items number 9 and number 11.
Is there a second? Second. And we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And the motion carries 6-0, bringing up item number 9. Consider approving plans and specifications for the 2017 Ad Valorem Street and Roads Program Residential Phase 2B, project number EN 1707P2B, and authorizing staff to advertise for bids. Joe.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to point out that we pretty much finished up Phase 1, and this is advertising the plans to start Phase 2. And we broke Phase 2 into 2 projects, A and B. B got finished first, so we're going to start it first. But it's a new milestone on getting some more roads reconstructed in residential areas. And we should open bids on April 26th.
And about how many roads are there?
I don't know the exact numbers. They're like 14 plus. So
okay.
Yeah,
and is this the last phase of?
No, there'll be Phase A will come in about 2 months, and then the Ad Valorem Phase 1 and Phase 2 will be complete once we get those complete.
Okay, is any part of 38th Street in this phase?
I don't know the exact streets, but I'll come back with you if that answers.
Okay, all right. Okay, can I have a motion for approval, or are there any questions, Council?
Joe, and I know Rusty's going to talk a little bit later about water pipes and stuff. Are we going to be replacing all as we're rebuilding the streets?
That's what kind of slowed us down.
So we don't have to come back and fix them.
Yeah, we went back and looked at all the water infrastructure again, and we added a bunch of water infrastructure to this project.
When I looked at this, I thought, boy, somebody smart, really smart, put this together. This was really, I mean, to have this done in-house by our engineer and his staff, I was impressed.
That's my great staff I got, my 2.
Somebody want to make a motion for approval?
I would move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
Joe?
Joe.
I had talked to Rusty about this also, but it's something that we need to look at since we're so far behind on some of these projects. I'm going out for bids, getting bids in the private sector, so that's good. This will go out for bids to the private sector.
It will.
And this is something we need to look at in the future so we can get caught up from behind. We think it's high now. It's going to be a lot higher in 3 years. I don't believe the asphalt or concrete's going down next year.
No, prices are killing us, but
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
They're not going to go down.
So this is a great start. Thanks, sir.
All right, so please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 11, consider awarding contract CL 23-016, mowing and litter control to the lowest and most responsible bidders. You were walking up there like you were scared.
I'm here to answer any questions. We went out for bid for 6 different mowing areas across the city, mostly street right-of-ways, medians, city-owned vacant lots, city facilities, and drainage areas. Bids were sent out to, I believe it was 5 different companies. It was also advertised in the paper and through BidSync. And we received 2 bids. The 2 bids were for only areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. Areas 5 and 6 did not receive any bids at all. And so today we are presenting what we've got. The recommendation does say that we would recommend going with the lowest bidders for each area. But I did speak with the attorney or the city manager's office. I do believe with some additional employees and equipment, we could do it cheaper in-house, but that is up to the council's wishes.
Do we have hope that we could find those employees?
That's always going to be one of our problems. I know the compensation study is in the works right now, and there could be some adjustments to the positions that would potentially be higher for that. So that's just kind of up to, again, the council's decision if they wanted to adjust that pay scale. But finding manpower is always tough.
And do we have the equipment to do it if we find the manpower?
We would need additional equipment, but still with new staff and new equipment, Cynthia and I, the Director of Public Works, got together and made our ultimate wish list of what it would take, and we were still significantly under what the contract would be.
So do we have that broken down somewhere? What it would cost in equipment investment, what it would cost?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that is small. Do you have a magnifying glass?
Right here, this would be year 1. This is for all the staff for park maintenance. This is drainage maintenance, contract, and what we could save. And then, of course, this was year 1 upfront cost. Year 2 through 5 would be just labor and what we potentially save.
It's just for that area that we're talking about.
All mowing, all 6 mowing areas.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know how we can make this decision on the fly. Can we table this and bring it back later with maybe a presentation to understand better what it is we're looking at and the comparisons? Would somebody please make it? Well, I'm not trying to stop you from asking questions, but it is looks like the first year $1.8 million, is that right?
1.8 is a mowing contract for a year. So savings would be $729.
Oh, okay. 1.8, and you're saying but I don't see $1 million in this contract. What am I missing?
It's per month. It's $152 or $152,000 a month, and so times 12 is 1.8252 million a year for contract mowing. That does include litter control.
I'll make a motion that we table this and bring it back.
Okay. Leave to when? Leave it open when, and I'll get it back at the next earliest time.
Can we add to that it come back with a true cost-benefit analysis of what it's actually, real numbers?
Yes, I will accept that amendment.
Okay, and is that a second, Mr. Warren? Yes. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
If we don't get on this right away, is all our grass going to be 8 feet tall before we get to it?
We'll get to what we can with the staff that we have. So they're going to have to prioritize areas just to get it all done. That's why we originally went to contract mowing to begin with, because we just don't have the staff and the manpower to get it done to the high standard that we want to. But this cost is just
would you, if we just had hired some emergency stuff, what would your priorities be?
Street right-of-ways and medians, definitely, and that's very visible. Everyone sees those. It could become a street site hazard, you know, if those get out of control.
Okay.
And then there would be some high visibility parks that would be up on that list as well.
Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. That brings up item number 12. Consider directing staff to demo the city-owned property located at 911 Southwest C Avenue. How are you? All right.
So as of March 1st, the city is now the owner of 911 Southwest C, which is located at the southwest corner of the existing parking lot for City Hall. What we're asking today is for council to direct staff to demo the building so we can have, for future expansion of the parking lot.
Any
Mayor?
questions? Yes.
Okay, if he's got.
Do what? No, we got you.
I was going to make a motion that we do that, that we tear down the house on.
Second.
8, please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Item 13, receive notification of the approval of the change order number 3 by the city manager for the Gore Boulevard water line, sewer line reconstruction, 82nd Street to 67th, project number EN 1208A. Shivani.
Mayor, was this item pulled? 13?
Do what?
It wasn't pulled. Yeah.
I'm on unfinished business.
Oh.
Hi, Shivani. It says Shivani.
She was supposed to take it because she didn't know if I'd be here or not. I can't tell you how happy I am here, I'll tell you that. Mayor and Council, this is just paperwork processing. This is a change order on extension of days from rain days and other delays that the contractor was owed to increase his contract time. City manager's already signed it, and we're just notifying you of what we've done.
Move to approve.
To approve in a second.
Questions? Joe, there's an increase in the amount as well?
I don't think we had a cost increase.
I'm looking at some change orders.
Oh, we did. I think that was for water meter relocations.
$2 million worth of water meter?
No, it's not $2 million. It's $30,000. That would be under
Okay.
a certain amount.
I'm looking at a different document then.
Yeah, that's the total cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Item number 14, consider recommendations to improve the functions of the Traffic Commission and direct staff as deemed necessary. Larry.
Mayor and Council, back at the March 14th meeting, Council directed that we bring back ways to revitalize the Traffic Commission and improve the rate of successful meeting quorums. So in the agenda item, there are 3 basic recommendations to meet that goal. First is to just send letters to the commission members annually specifying the monthly meeting dates and requesting confirmation from them that they wish to continue to serve. Second is to ask the commission to update their bylaws and establish a minimum attendance requirement and also allow for alternate members to attend when there are absences in order for us to achieve a quorum. And the last is, since the city's been able to hire a staff traffic engineer to designate funds, professional technical services funds in fiscal year 24 budget, set aside specifically for traffic engineering services, and for that consultant to coordinate with the Traffic Commission, which is also consistent with the recommendations from the Novak report 92 and 93. which are attached to the agenda item.
So Larry's been our acting traffic engineer, and he shouldn't have been for a long time now. It's supposed to be somebody in the engineering department, but you all know the problems we've been having just hiring a regular engineer. Traffic engineers are kind of a unique breed, and we haven't even got a bite towards hiring a traffic engineer. So this is one way of handling it. So Larry shouldn't be doing it, and he's been kind enough to be doing it, but we really need to be contracting that out.
Is this different than what we're doing now? Because I thought I'd seen some traffic engineer recommendations from third parties.
We do have that in a limited quantity. We don't have funds set aside specifically for that service. We've just been subsidizing out of the existing engineering department's professional services fund, but it's not really set aside for this specific type of engineering.
Okay.
I would make a motion we accept the recommendations.
Have a motion to accept the recommendations. Is there a second? Second. And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item 15. Discuss the existing traffic signal at the intersection of East Gore Boulevard and Laurie Tatum Road, KCA Veterans Road, and the Comanche Casino Best Western Montego Bay Apartments driveway entrance, and direct staff as deemed appropriate. Larry.
Speaking of traffic engineering consulting, we have here today Steve Hoffner with Traffic Engineering Consultants, Inc. out of Oklahoma City, and he can talk a little bit about timing along Gore Corridor, including this intersection and the surrounding intersections.
May not have perfect solutions, but I'll sure talk about it. I'm Steve Hoffner, Traffic Engineering Consultants in Oklahoma City, and I was asked to come today to talk a little bit about coordination along Gore Boulevard, but it relates also to coordination throughout the city itself. The city of Lawton has had a system for many years in which they send out a radio signal to each traffic signal within the city, and it starts the green time at all intersections at a particular time in relationship to other intersections down the road. And so that's the form of coordination. The challenge and the limitation of that is there's only one signal that goes out every 100 seconds. So you're limited to only 100 seconds of cycle for that any traffic signal within the city, and this includes Gore. Well, what a cycle is beginning of green, let's say east and west, to the beginning of green east and west. It takes 100 seconds, and those signals have to be in relationship with the other signals, and they have to run that same background cycle, if you will. And if you take, for example, Second and Gore, we've got 4 movements that occur there. Each direction goes at a separate time from each other. So if you take 100 seconds and divide it by 4, it's 25 seconds. And so you're completely limited as to how much time you can give each of the 4 directions. You can adjust it a few seconds one way or the other. But when you're trying to coordinate signals, what you really want are larger green bands, and because of those types of limitations, it makes it very difficult to have proper coordination along a major arterial like Gore. The alternatives to doing that is with different type of equipment, we can actually put time clocks in each of the intersections that you choose to do this with and increase the cycle lengths for different periods of the day depending on how heavy the traffic is, which will then give you green times, larger green times east and west in this particular case. You have the same situation at railroads. So that's a real simple explanation. There are alternatives to doing that. We're in the process of completing a report that should be submitted within the next week or so for staff to look at that go over the different alternatives for specifically Gore Boulevard. Back to the question or the agenda item at Laurie Tatum, you have 3 intersections that are very close to each other, and they have to be coordinated with each other. And what's occurring today at that intersection is the eastbound left turn is a long green time, and again, it's a set period of time, and it corresponds with the long green time that occurs at the I-44 interchange. Eastbound left turn, those 2 left turns match up. And the reason that they're doing that is so that westbound traffic doesn't just travel 100 feet or the 400 feet up and then stop at the next signal. If we had the ability to vary the cycle lengths and vary the times during the day, then there's quite a bit more that could occur at that particular location. I would love to tell you that it's a simple solution. Two-way coordination is a function of speed, it's a function of the distance between the intersections, and it's a function of the cycle lengths. And if we have the ability to change those cycle lengths throughout the day, then it would add flexibility to it. That said, if we do it to those 5 intersections, they'll operate different during those periods of the day than all the rest of the traffic signals in the city of Lawton, which oftentimes isn't a big deal, but that hasn't been the policy here up to today. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Gill.
You said it was a simple situation, or did I misunderstand you?
No, I thought I wish it was simple. Yeah.
Is there going to be a method in the recommendations that you're going to give to our engineering department in the future, how to make all 3 of these lights coordinate together so we don't have the backup of traffic between all of them? Because with the load traffic we have on Gore and going through those 3 lights, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. That is a major access to the east part of Lawton. And it's creating quite a problem for anyone that takes that road, and I hear about it daily, and it's getting worse. So my question is there a way to do those 3 lights together some way where we don't have to stack traffic up between them? Is that going to be a possibility in your future information that you give to our engineering department?
Yes, there is a way of doing that, but it will require some changes in those particular intersections.
Okay, does this appear, or is this too early to ask you the cost? Because one method of doing it is to do away with that 1 light. It was a temporary light to begin with. It was voted by the council as a temporary light, but yet we're still living with it. So if we close that down, I understand we're going to have to build a median through there and change traffic to go down and turn around and go back. In other words, close that out where they can't go across. I understand that. But the construction costs for that, will they be a minimal compared to what you're going to come up with, or is this too early to ask you because of the equipment changes and costs?
Well, the road construction obviously adds to the cost. If you're talking about closing the median completely, they're only allowing right turns and then a U-turn down a little bit further. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit more expensive, but it's not a huge item. And we can address that if you'd like.
I wish you would,
Several
yes.
different options for that particular
Yeah, because that's definitely one option. That's the option I've looked at so far.
Yeah.
Because I've been offered no other, nor can I really come up with one. But yes, I would be interested in that. We're going to have this problem. It's only getting worse. It's not going to go away. Thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, so in figure 10, is that, I think that's exactly what he's talking about, is you will cut off or close the median, and so then we're down to 2 lights, correct?
Correct.
All right, so that will improve everything dramatically, except for the people that are, that have to turn right to go left, so to speak. Is there, and I think Councilman Gill had mentioned this before, that they had talked about closing that whole intersection and making all the casino traffic come in from Lee Boulevard. Is that a possibility or not?
Yes, it is, and it's been done in other places, so we will definitely add that to the report, show what it would take and the traffic impacts of doing that.
Okay, I'm excited. I can't wait to see what you have for us, because that is an issue.
So I probably don't think making all the traffic come from Lee Boulevard or closing the intersection is the answer. I think closing the intersection causes some very cumbersome turnarounds in both directions. But I do think the answer is coordinating 3 lights, and it sounds like you're going to put a plan together to coordinate those 3 lights.
We will show you the alternatives, and that is definitely one of them.
Okay.
As to, we're probably going to need to add some flexibility to be able to do that. And changing some of the signal heads, we'll address it both ways.
So is there traffic? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if this was an action item or if there was any action, or we're just going to wait on something. So go ahead.
I was just going to mention, and I'm sure that y'all are aware of that, but when we're looking at repairing that traffic flow, can we also make sure that whatever we do to fix that doesn't make westbound traffic in the afternoons worse? Because right now we're backing up 2 and 3 blocks, traffic headed east in the afternoon. So can we look at both of those and?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Gill.
That is an action item, and we're supposed to deem staff as necessary. And I would make a suggestion or a motion, whichever one we need, to go ahead. To go ahead.
Don't remember suggestions in the rules. Go ahead.
To direct staff to continue on with the traffic engineer that's in front of us right now to come up with 3, it sounds like 3 different proposals, basically. One of these which we're going to have to adopt. So anyway, let staff continue with that. Thank you.
Okay, a motion to let staff continue. Is there a second? Second, discussion or debate. Please vote. The motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We look forward to those solutions. Item number 16, hold a public hearing to receive citizen comments on the FFY 2021 City of Lawton Home ARP Allocation Plan. Consider reviewing and approving the FFY 2021 City of Lawton Home ARP Draft Allocation Plan submitted through the Housing and Community Development Office and authorize the mayor to sign the required documents. Gary Brooks.
How are you doing? I guess the main thing we need to do today is ask if there are any questions concerning the home ARP allocation plan. And there may be questions as to exactly
Gary, in general, why don't you just tell them what it is so they can have that background?
The home ARP program was created, we received the grant in November of 2021, and it was for $1.327 million, and it's to be directed toward homelessness. And there's qualifying populations of the homeless as those that are homeless, those that are at the risk of homelessness, those that are fleeing domestic violence or human trafficking, and a few various other categories. And then there's other populations, which is everybody that falls into the category of a program, that this program would help them keep out of homelessness, to not revert to that. And the eligible activities were development and support of affordable housing, tenant-based rental assistance, provision of supportive services, acquisition and development of non-congregate shelter units, and administration and planning. We didn't spend any of our funds on administration and planning. We did that all in-house. And we had a meeting on February 8th between the stakeholders, which included a lot of different organizations, but it was organizations that dealt with homelessness firsthand. And at that meeting, the consultation meeting with those stakeholders, it was a majority opinion that the number one need that we had was non-congregate shelters and a day center, and the combination of that meets the requirements for the plan. And that would provide, the term they use is coordinated entry. And the one thing that we've been lacking really, and we work at it, but the thing that the city of Lawton's lacked is that coordinated entry, that place where you send somebody, that when you have someone that comes to your doorstep, it's that one place that everybody knows that we have to send them there, and then they realize, they assess what needs that they need to be provided. And that's what that day center would provide. So the allocation plan really on page 18 is primarily 1.1 million, and the piece of it would be dedicated toward the the day center and the non-congregate shelters, which our PID count said the non-congregate shelters that we would put in the day center would probably be family units. That was the one area that we had the biggest shortfall. And then 200,000 would be towards supportive services, which primarily would be case management.
Just to clarify, this is all special federal money that came to us in an ARPA program, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Are there any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Gary, what is a non-congregate shelter?
A non-congregate shelter is, it's basically a shelter that a lot of our shelters, they have a large room and a lot of people are in sharing spaces. A non-congregate shelter is basically kind of how it sounds. They would have their own room. And I think tiny homes fall into that category. The ones that we're talking about developing initially, and I know the future plans beyond this money are the creation of tiny homes. And the area that we're looking at possibly for the day center is an area that will have some space to add tiny homes. We went to Norman and looked at their day center with their tiny homes there. It's very nice, and it changed my, I had no concept of what a day center was prior to that, but I think on Friday, we had a homeless woman that came to our office in Housing and Community Development, and that woman, you know, she had a problem. She needed someplace to stay, but she had a situation where she had been basically wasn't allowed back at many of the shelters. She had some issues, and so the day center would give us, that day we got her some clothing, we got her some things, we got her a bag to carry her things around, and we fed her, but at the end, there was no place that she could go. And so that day center would give us that, where rather than, my staff is wonderful, but they're not trained in how to find the best thing for those individuals. And we searched around and we contacted all of the assistance people that we knew. But that day center would have the mental health piece right there. They would have the assistance, the support services on hand to better assess how we could handle that situation.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council. A motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you very much.
Item number 17. I'll tell you what, let's take a 7-minute break before we get started on these D&Ds. We'll start back up at 20 after.
sent you a text. We're number 19, and we found out it was 17.
One minute. We'll start in 1 minute. Okay, if the council will take their seats, we will begin. Okay, hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 337 Southwest 71st Street, 713 Southwest A Avenue, 760 Northwest 16th Street, 1306 Southwest 6th Street, 1705 Northwest Landy Avenue, 1707 Northwest Baldwin Avenue, 1814 Northwest Lawton Avenue, 1818 Northwest Pollard Avenue, 2105 Northwest Bessie Avenue, 2205 Northwest Pollard Avenue, 2311 Southwest Cornell Avenue, 2603 Southwest I Avenue to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John.
Mayor, council, how are y'all today? Yes, sir. All right. 337 Southwest 71st Street, inactive utility since 2021. The fire date on this property is 11/8/2022. As you can see, the fire started in one of the bedrooms and quickly spread throughout the property, resulting in roof loss completely. And then we also posted on the property itself on 3/14/23. Questions?
71st.
337 Southwest 71st. Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 337 Southwest 71st Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council? Randy, you going to take care of Sean's?
That's mine, and I'm looking for my sheet of paper. I'll try to wing it. Thank you. I make a motion to approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated as public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill. Hampton. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman.
Motion carries. Moving us to 713 Southwest A Avenue. Hold on just a minute. Is there a reason we don't have
I don't know.
monitors?
No. I
Okay,
don't know
so we
anything
have it
about
on here. Okay. Here, you know how to pull it up on here?
I don't know anything about monitors.
Just a second. There you go. But it's, I can't twist it. Just turn it up.
Okay, we're a little technologically slow. We have to look at them sideways.
It's not on the monitor.
Okay, go.
All right, 713 Southwest A Avenue has inactive utilities. On this property right here, it has damaged shingles, shingle siding on each side. The stairs on this are decaying. Like I said before, damaged shingles on the side. It does have a new door put on it, but the siding of the door, damage to the siding, window rot underneath the window trim, and then also broken windows on the first and second floor. Posted on this property on 3/14 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 713 Southwest A Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Council Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Judy? I'm looking for somebody that looks technologically able to turn this.
I resemble that.
Yeah, I left it in front of you a while. Moving us to 760 Northwest 16th Street. John?
So on this property right here, excuse me, vagrants are living at the address currently. There's going to be damage to the siding, damage to the porch on the front, also damage to the roof of the porch, damage on the siding of the north side. And then right there, the roof is actually caving in on the building itself. More damage to the roof. And this is also on the north side as well. And then also where they used a fence panel to actually cover up a hole inside the wall. And then right there on the main area where you can see actually there's a hole that can actually weather and animals can actually enter the property to cause more damage on the interior. And then this property also has a second building on it that has no roof and the walls are caving in on it as well. We posted to this property on 3/14 of 23. Questions?
You said there are some squatters living there, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I got calls on this. I guess the owner of this building has passed away, so that we may run into a question that we ran into before about whether we can do anything with it.
Well, we haven't received any notification from the heirs of his estate or any sort of document stating that this is in probate. Have we, John? I don't recall seeing anything on this property.
No, sir, we haven't received anything from anybody. And we have actually mailed, I do have the receipts to the mailing from when we actually mailed to them.
So in the absence of that, we can move forward, yeah.
What will the process be to evict the squatters?
basically let them know that it's coming down. I've been happy to work with LPD because we do actually have a letter of basically of demolition on it, and LPD's been able to keep the peace and just let them know, hey, you guys have 2 hours to get out of there before the bulldozers come in and we're tearing it down.
Okay, thanks.
And Councilman Harris, when we send out those notices, it's not just to the individual that is the named owner. It actually says on the notice to all known heirs, assigns.
Okay.
So that's actually covered in the notice that's sent out. This type of scenario.
As well as the lien holder, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, hold on just a minute. Are there any other questions? I'd like to open the public hearing on 760 Northwest 16th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Motion.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving us to 1306 Southwest 6th Street. John?
So inactive utilities on this, or excuse me, 1306 Southwest 6th Street, inactive utilities since 2/8 of 23. There's a fire date of 1/15 of 23, and per the fire report, the fire was burning on the subfloor and floor joist, making its way to the adjacent wall cavity. So there is also on the outside roof damage and siding damage to the property as well. And then we also posted on this property on 3/14 of 23. Questions?
So the question I have is, with as many properties as we have around town that have been in sad state of condition for so long, why does one that just burned get on the list?
Because it is a fire damage house on it, sir. So that's the reason why we bring those forward as well, because of the dangers of the fire. The
Okay, I
damage of the
did
fire.
notice in the Oklahoma City Code that those can be administratively declared a nuisance, and I'll show that to you later, and maybe we can have that in your presentation at the next council meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other questions, council? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1306 Southwest 6th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Motion carries, bringing us to 1705 Northwest Lindy Avenue. John?
So 1705 Northwest Lindy Avenue, inactive utility since 2019. This one has damaged siding, damage to the floor as well on that one, or excuse me, siding towards the bottom of the property. Damage to the roof siding as well. The trim is falling down, and also some of the soffit is falling down. More siding issues on this one. As you can see right there, those are actually holes that lead into the house. And then there's soffit issues right there falling down from the roof. And then we posted on this property on 3/14 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1705 Northwest Lindy Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Come on up. And we need your name and address, please.
Okay. My name is Jerry Williams. I'm at 80852 Landmark Circle. Yes, sir. The utility has been on before 2019. I'm here to bring it up to code. We had a lot of break-ins, and you know, we have a lot of police reports on that house for breaking in, and we couldn't keep people out of it. But I've been there, I boarded it up, kept boarding it up, and they kept breaking it in. And I had to wait till springtime to try to get everything back together, try to remodel it and everything.
You are trying to remodel it? Do you have a permit?
Not yet.
Okay.
Soon I leave here, I'm going to get the permit.
Okay, we probably need to explain the system to you, because the way it works is we want you to remodel the house too. So you pull a permit. I'm just guessing that the council's probably going to put this on the D&D list, but you have what amounts to 6 weeks, 30 business days, to pull a permit.
Okay.
And then you have to show progress every 30 days, okay? Did I state that right, John? Okay. Do you have any other questions for us or anything else you want to tell us?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
I will move to approve the resolution declaring the structures on the property dilapidated and a public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
A second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion and debate. Please vote.
Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Johnson.
Motion carries, bringing us to 1707 Northwest Baldwin Avenue. John?
1707 Northwest Baldwin Avenue, inactive utility since 2015. Fire date on this one was 11/29 of 22. So as you can see on this one, on the backside of the trailer, complete fire damage. And then we also posted on the property on 3/14 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1707 Northwest Baldwin Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Johnson. Warren.
Motion carries. Moving us to 1814 Northwest Lawton Avenue. John?
1814 Northwest Lawton Avenue, inactive utility since 2020. Fire date on this one was 2/1/23. Damaged siding on the front of the house with also the heavy smoke damage. Damage on the siding on the side as well. Broken door leading into the side of the house. And then also we posted on the property on 3/14 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1814 Northwest Lawton Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
A motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Johnson. Warren. Hankins.
Motion carries. Moving us to 1818 Northwest Pollard Avenue. John?
1818 Northwest Pollard Avenue, inactive utility since 2020. On this property, it has roof damage on it, also damaged roof trim. A little bit of siding damage on the back side of it. More roof damage on the back side. And then there's actually cracks in the foundation. And we posted on this property on 3/14 of 23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1818 Northwest Pollard Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council? Oh, come on down. I'll reopen the public hearing on 1818 Northwest Pollard Avenue. Can I do that? I already closed it, but I can reopen it?
Yes, just did.
Okay. All right, we're reopened. Give us your name and address, please.
I'm Antoine with Braves Investments. On a house like this, it's not really a lot of damage on the outside. It can really be fixed. So you guys don't have a program where you can resell it to investors?
No, we don't. That's between you and the property owner.
Okay. So if I reach out to the property owner and you grant the D&D list where it be tore down, then
So it will remain on the D&D list, and you'll have to follow the procedure of getting a permit, just like if you were the owner currently. Am I correct, John?
appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward and speak on 1818 Northwest Pollard Avenue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Chapman? Gill? Johnson? Warren? Hankins? Harris?
Motion carries. Moving us to 2105 Northwest Bessie Avenue. John.
All right, 2105 Northwest Bessie Avenue, inactive utilities since 2015. On this property, there's a damaged roof and also damaged siding to the eave of the eave of the house. Door frames are actually starting to decay. And then also they're in between the brick and the door frame itself. The brick is actually separating away from the 2x4s are inside. There's actually a massive crack that you can see all the way through. This is on the backside where there's more roof damage on the back of the house, and then also more damaged siding to the side. And then we posted on the property on 3/14 of 23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2105 Northwest Bessie Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir.
I'm Antoine Bray with Bray's Investments. This is one of our properties. We picked up this property in November. It wasn't on the D&D list. We do plan on refixing the house actually next month. It does have utilities on. I'm here to build a relationship with you guys. I own a lot of properties in Lawton, and this is the second one that's on here. When we bought the house, we bought it for a real estate company. So we wasn't warned that it was on the D&D list. I actually got this from our maintenance man in the picture, so we're just trying to get it off of there. And it's not really in bad condition. We got videos and pictures. All this is very fixable. You got houses across the street that's literally falling apart. And we're just here to help build the community. We have several houses in Lawton because, of course, when you go to the auction sale, you can buy them for $10,000, $15,000, go in there with $20,000, $30,000, fix them back up.
So your plan is to remodel it, right?
That's the plan.
So you understand that if we put it on the D&D list today, that you'll have 6 weeks, 30 business days, to get a permit and start the remodel process, right?
We understand it. It does have utilities too right now. The lights are on there at this moment.
And when did you turn on the utilities?
About 35 days ago.
When was the notice sent?
The notice on these were sent on 3/14 of 23.
But I didn't even get a notice. I wasn't even aware that it was on the D&D list. I found out by my maintenance guy.
So with regards to notice, it's my understanding we follow state statute in that, and notice is sent to whoever the recorded person or the owner is. I believe it is as of in the county treasurer's office, and that's how notice goes. So that's the process, and we follow the state law on that.
John, is it true that the utilities are on? You don't have any evidence that they're off?
Let me I can look that up for you and get you the information.
Because Mayor, my recommendation would be if the utilities are on, I mean, this isn't legal. I think it's just from a precedent standpoint. I don't think we should put it on the D&D list.
Why don't we continue it for 30 days, bring it back, will you be bringing more in 30 days, John?
Say again, sir? I'm
Will
sorry.
you be bringing more to us in 30 days?
I can bring more to it.
Okay, and then you have time to check on that, and if you want to administratively pull it, you can do so at this time. Can we get hold on just a minute.
Was while they're confabbing over there, was the utility issue, was the only issue on the house?
Now, whenever we first took pictures and we actually sent everything, there was no active water account, and that's actually what we go off of state statutes water account.
Okay.
Who actually owns it right now?
We did send a notice to Bray Investments on 314.
Yes.
And I had a question. What's his name? John. So when someone buys a property that is on the list, or someone else was notified that was on the list, how do we keep that confusion from happening?
So if somebody sells the house while it's on the D&D list or before it goes on the D&D list, so what it is we still notify the proper owner of the property, and what they would need to do is, if you guys decided that this building is a D&D and it's sold after council, they have to pull up the county assessors or county treasurer, and they'll actually pull up all the liens that are put up against the house during the time of purchase. Now, if they're like today, how it was, we are willing to work with the citizen, but once again, we send all the proper notification to them.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, I move to continue the public hearing on this matter to April the 25th.
Have a motion to continue. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Gill,
Yes.
Johnson, Warren, Hankins, Harris, Chapman.
So what was that?
4 to 2.
5?
4 to 2.
4 to 2, the motion to continue fails. It's not a simple majority, it has to be 5, or does it?
I'm looking at that. So motions, it wasn't to approve the resolution, so motions require a majority of members present to pass.
Okay, so it does pass, majority of members present. I'm sorry, some of them require 5 votes. This one does not, so it does pass to continue to April 28th, I think.
April 24th.
24th.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Antoine, I'm for you. This is in my ward, so I hope you can do what you say you do, make some progress. We will work with you, because I'm with you that this house is of all of them. So please do what you said you're going to do, and work with John and work with Charlotte, and we'll do everything we can to help you, because I don't need any more houses torn down over there. So please get after it.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving us to 2205 Northwest Pollard Avenue. John.
Okay, so just give you a call tomorrow? Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
I'm going to get y'all to visit later, and let's get on with the movie.
Yes, sir.
With
Sorry
the
about that.
movie. I mean, with the,
Okay, sorry.
what do you call this, a
Sorry,
meeting?
Mr. Mayor.
2205 Northwest Pollard Avenue, inactive utility since 3/15/23. The fire date on this one was 11/17 of 2022. This one had a complete house fire that went straight through it, damaging the siding, damaging the roof, heavy smoke damage. And then we also posted on the property on 3/14 of 23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2205 Northwest Pollard Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
A motion to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? I think I heard a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Hampton. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes, moving us to 2311 Southwest Cornell Avenue. John.
2311 Southwest Cornell Avenue, inactive utility since 2021. The last fire date on this one was 1/30/23, and per the fire report, this house has sustained multiple fires. Inside it's very haphazard, and there was a lot of ash from different fires in the living room, where small warming fires have been started several times. On the outside of the property, there's damage to the front of the siding. Also on the side as well. And then the roof also has damage to the roof damage as well. And then we posted on the property on 3/14/23. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2311 Southwest Cornell Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, Council, I move to approve a resolution declaring this structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Motion carries. Moving us to 2603 Southwest I Avenue. John?
2603 Southwest I Avenue, inactive utility since 2022. The fire date on this one was 2/1/23, where you can see right there on the side, on the side of the building, fire damage on it, and then also the roof is starting to cave in on it. More pictures of the fire damage. This is on the north side of the property, and this is of the south side of the property. And then right there you can see where the holes were made so they can actually help fight the fire. And then that's where the roof is actually sinking in. And then we posted on this property on 3/14/23. Questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2603 Southwest I Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Since Councilman Hampton is not here, I'll move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
And the motion carries. Now, I forgot to announce that we're striking item 24 and 26 from the agenda. So I apologize for that if you were here for 24 and 26. Bringing us up to item 18, receive an update for the main building package cost on project EN 2004A, City Hall renovation. Joe?
So we've opened bids on the rest of the work for City Hall, and our team is here to give you an update. Maybe not the best news. It's been a tough time keeping up with these costs. They're just skyrocketing out of control. But Scott Vaughn is our project manager, and I'll let him take it from here.
Scott?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mayor and Council did authorize soliciting bids in December of 2022. We opened bids on February 8 of this year. And we've been working with CMS Willowbrook to evaluate those bids, and MA Plus Architects. Human Tarabi of MA Plus is here, as well as Hillary Peters and Eric Williams with CMS Willowbrook.
Let's see if I can figure out how to work this. How do I change it?
No, either.
Am I pointing at the wrong place?
Okay.
Nobody knows. There we go. Okay, so today we're here just to kind of go over where we're at total for the project. Our GMP, which is our guaranteed maximum price, won't go for approval until the next council meeting, which we weren't aware of until about last week. So we're here today just to kind of discuss where we're at, what our estimate was previously, where our ad bids came in, and then for the whole project, which includes the parking lot, will be on the next slide. So as you can see on this estimate column, that is what we presented to you all in December at the December 13th council meeting, and then the as bid is where our bids came in. And then this gray box in the corner are just some items that we did not have accounted for in that original estimate to kind of account for some of that price increase, but also just unexpected costs between December and bidding this in February. Across the board, we've seen not just supply increase costs, but there's so much work going on right now. Contractors, they're just able to bid a higher bid because there's just a surplus of work, especially in the Oklahoma City area. So then that kind of takes a big chunk of our contractor pool, you know, from that would typically come to Lawton. There's just not a need because there is so much work in the city for them to bid. And so this is where we came on the bid. 8.13 is what our bid cost is for this whole renovation of the building, and you can see it's broken out by base bid and then the alternates 1 through 10. So that just kind of shows you how the cost is allocated across the project.
Let me make sure I understand. Down here in the bottom left-hand corner, the top part of that 608,000 is what the asterisk is, or no?
Yes, well, no, let's see. So there's an asterisk by the 7,170,000, correct, by the base bid. That's just telling you that that line item includes bonds, insurance, contingencies, and fee. So it's not, that base bid is the contracts, that's the work, you know, electrical, millwork, all of that, but that also includes bonds, insurance, CM, owner contingency, and CM fee.
Are these
This-
not included in the price?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they're just not broken out like that. We're just letting you know that all of those things are in that one number.
Okay, a little confusion.
Yeah.
Because on the bottom left, it says items not included in the estimate.
Correct. So I guess maybe we formatted those incorrectly. So the asterisk goes up to that top base bid line, and that gray box is numbers that were in the bid, but we did not account for in the estimate. So in that 6.3, we didn't account for an additional year of maintenance bond. That came up after the fact that the city requires a 2-year maintenance bond when standard, industry standard is 1 year. So that was a cost that was incurred that we didn't have in the estimate that we didn't know. The access control, that came a little bit after the fact. We were told and budgeted one number, correct, and then it was increased is what I believe, or did we have that in the estimate? The payment kiosk for the drive-through building, that came up after the estimate, that the city wanted a payment kiosk that customers could use that's outside of the building, and that's the cost for that we didn't have at the time. And switching out the fire suppression system, those are just items above and beyond the original estimate that factor into that 8.13.
And
Let's
down
go.
at the bottom, it says the HVAC package overage, 900.
Yeah, so that was really just a miss on the estimate.
A miss?
Obviously, still a big surprise that it came in that much over what the estimated amount. I think we estimated 400,000 or 500,000, and the numbers came in at 1.3 million. We only got one bid on it and considered rejecting and rebidding that package, but after talking to several other mechanical contractors that didn't bid but had looked at it some, we had them take a little deeper look at it to see if that number was legitimate, and they all did agree that that they would be in the same ballpark if it were to rebid.
And we also spoke with the mechanical engineer, and they said that price, that 1.1 was right on budget with what they had been told and from suppliers and heard.
When you figured this original bid of the $6,332,000, surely you had an escalation clause in that as you were doing numbers looking. You knew the time period it would take to start construction as well as the time it would do construction. Did you not have an escalation clause for prices?
We did. I think when we originally did that, we anticipated going out to bid in January. So our schedule, our bid schedule did get extended.
So that 6,332,000, roughly what percentage did you have in there for price increases?
At original estimates, I think we were at 10-12%, and then as the drawings progress and we get closer to bid time, we reduce that, kind of according to industry standard. And so probably in December, it was probably, I believe it was 5 or 7% contingency in there.
Well, the percentage is quite a bit higher than that. The 914,000 is part of that 8,130,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So right now, the percentage is a couple of million more. That's something, Mr. Mayor, I'd certainly like to look at and see what we're doing there, as far as maybe possibly myself meeting with the construction manager and going over some of these line items, because to me it seems, even in this period of time, pretty high. Certainly something we could look at, maybe see who did bid it, who we could get to bid it. But that's just, in my opinion, way too high.
Okay, well, this is not an action item,
I know,
so you've got time to
yeah.
meet with him, and I'll just let y'all set up your meeting.
We'll
I
do
still
that.
have a few questions, because on the next page, were you through? Were you through?
I am now.
So on the next page, it's got 9.7 million and as bid. And so I'm a little confused with the two pages, and I'm still worried about this gray box that needs to be added somewhere.
Okay, no, so
And
back
I'm
on-
worried about the total cost.
Absolutely. Okay, so this first page is just referencing the main building renovation. It does not include the parking lot that we did.
Okay.
So the GMP that we hope to put to the council at the next meeting is for approval of the 8.1. The gray box, those numbers are included in the as-bid. That
Okay.
was just kind of showing y'all a portion of that difference between the 6 million and the 8 million. But it is included at a number. That does not get added to anything. So then the next page, that adds in at the bottom. This is kind of giving you a total project cost for the whole project, the parking lot, the building, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, fees for the architects and engineers, contingency from the owner. This is just our big picture snapshot, which also includes the early parking lot and HVAC package. So this is just showing you that originally we had estimated for the entire thing 7.9 million, and for the whole thing now we're at 9.7.
I really don't see anything in that gray box that shouldn't have been in the original bid except for the kiosk. So everything else should have been figured in the original, was it not? Anything at all? Any dollars at all, like for the maintenance bond? That's part of the bid program, bid bond, maintenance bond, performance bond.
Correct.
So that should have been in
We had
there.
included a standard one-year maintenance payment performance bond.
Okay.
Yeah,
So this is an additional one-year maintenance bond that needs to be
Correct. Per our
clarified.
Per our contract with the city.
And that has to be asked by the owner, which would be the city. So
Correct.
someone asked for that
Correct.
for an additional year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's something we can talk about. Access control, almost $300,000.
So that was.
Go into a little more detail on that if you would, please.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was an item originally that had been discussed being outside of our contract, that they would work directly with the access control contractor to do that work, and so it was excluded from our estimate. But then it was decided just for, while we're on site, just for coordination efforts, and we're going to be doing a lot of the doors that get these card readers that are part of that access control number, to roll it into our GMP.
Well, that's a pretty high price for a pretty intangible object.
Well, I agree. I think when we learned that it was going to be rolled into our contract, I had guessed around 75,000, but that's the number that we got from the access control contractor.
And when you looked at that, you didn't realize at the time that we were going to have to change that sprinkler system? That was pretty basic.
Well, there's a dry system in the building currently, and the original thought was just we're going to come in and add and supplement the system in the areas that we're renovating, and we're not going to go back and touch everything else in the building.
Well, I'm not sure you can do a dry system anyway. Is that
You
something the
can.
fire marshal approved?
Yes, sir. I mean, yeah, we've done dry systems in a lot of
Well, I
buildings.
know, but I'm just saying in this application, I'm not sure you can, but if the fire marshal said you could, that's fine, because he would be the one that would approve it. Okay, I'm looking at the 914, that's a lot of money, and it appears to me these are a lot of things that we don't need, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's just to touch base also on the 914, like Eric said, we have gone back to other contractors to review and compare and talk to the mechanical. And just something to keep in mind, as you all know, prices continue to increase. So if this is something that we decide to reject that HVAC package, it is a good outcome that it's still probably going to come in higher because prices continue to rise. And so just something to keep in mind, but we can definitely sit down.
But you said you figured about a 5 or 7% in the initial bid for increase?
Yes, sir.
Escalation?
And this is 30%.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, and we.
Which seems, I just don't see anything else on the market going that high on bids, which I keep up with pretty
Well,
regularly.
we had, I think, roughly 25 bid packages in this project. And if you take that HVAC number out.
But as you
it came
said,
in
you
so
had
much-
one on the HVAC.
Correct.
Yeah.
Just
but
one.
that was like the other 24 combined, we were within probably 0.25%. So it was really.
Was that one local?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Which also kind of the hiccup on that is we bid the equipment for the HVAC with the early site because there's over a year lead time for that equipment. And so we knew if we were going to get this project completed on time, it was a strategic decision by leadership and the owner and the project manager to put that out. So the contractor that bid the installation is the contractor that bid the equipment and has that. So that's kind of a factor too of
Okay,
some people know the equipment's already been purchased, so.
thank you.
Yeah.
We'll talk more.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So this next
So-
slide, like I said, is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So excluding the extra million almost $1 million for the air conditioning, you still missed by $1 million.
Correct, sir. Yes.
So the question that I have is just like if I was building a building and I got that beat up on price, I'd probably be looking for something I didn't need as bad as I thought I needed. Have we done that process of going through it to see if there's something we didn't really need that we thought we did?
We have reached out to some of our contractors to get back some value engineering items, some, things that were maybe, like you said, over the top, more than necessary is what was needed for the project. So we are waiting to get those items back. We were just wanting to hopefully get this going and then account for those value engineering items later. Get this approved so we could get contracts and then credit that back.
Okay, I guess you'll be looking at that as you're looking through all this, right? Okay, so this was a presentation and not an action item. Does anybody else have questions? Oh, Joe does.
I just wanted to explain the process just real quick. CMS Willowbrook and MA Plus are both acting as consultants kind of right now. So they've been consulting, so this disaster didn't happen, but it happened. We've looked into it too on these HVAC prices, and they're just skyrocketing. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason. But their next process is they will turn into the contractor, basically the general contractor, and they will give you a guaranteed maximum price. And that's the price that next time they're going to want you to accept okay.
All right, thank you. Any questions, council, before we close out?
So
All right.
we were not committed to the $7 million figure originally, right? That was just
That was an estimate, I think, if I understand your question. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to item number 19, discuss and receive input from citizens on the allocation of $6,005,504 in the CIP 2019 sales tax funds Propel over the annual estimate of $23,500,000. Joe Don? No? Not Joe Don? Oh.
I'm sorry, I kind of forgot that was on the agenda. What we are looking at doing is right now our budget estimates are going to, for our Propel sales tax will exceed the $23.5 million that's referenced in the resolution of intent. And the resolution of intent says that there has to be 2 public meetings for council to consider how to allocate that money out. We do have to continue to allocate it out according to the resolution of intent, so we couldn't put that money toward a project that is outside the projects that are listed in that resolution of intent. And, am I too loud? Okay. Okay. But so we couldn't go outside that resolution of intent to sign this money to, but we do need to allocate this money out. Currently we are doing a audit on the funds that we have for CIP. Crawford Associates is doing that since 2015. They turned some documents in to me yesterday. I have not had a chance to review that information yet, but it is forthcoming. But right now it appears that we will have about $6 million this year over our $23.5 million that the council will need to have 2 meetings to allocate out and hear projects on. This would be one of those 2 meetings. Obviously, what we are looking at right now after the presentation of this information for this building, this would be where some of that money we would recommend going above what we were to get this city hall building completed and get this project off our list. Yes, sir.
You ready for questions?
I'm ready for questions.
Okay. Now, this CIP was a 2019 Propel, and we have this clause in there. It actually goes back to, I think, 2015.
Yes, sir.
And there were 2 CIPs that were rolled into it.
Yes, sir.
So we've got to go back to the beginning and find out what the overage or underage was from the very beginning. Is that what Crawford?
That's what Crawford has done for us. Yes, sir.
Why are you bringing this to us in one chunk instead of bringing the whole thing to us?
To get it on the list, get it to fulfill part of the requirements of the resolution of intent, and to have those 2 meetings. That would be one of the reasons that we are bringing this for you now. We are refining our numbers and hopefully have could have some more funds that are available to be allocated out based on the audit that was done on what may have been overspent or underspent from the previous CIPs and where those overages and underages may be. But we needed to get the process started. To be able to fulfill some of our timelines that are going to be needed to determine whether or not this building these bids can be accepted or not.
Mayor, both Tim and Jodan looked at the resolution of intent, and that was the legal guidance that we received, was to put it on 2 separate meetings.
Mm-hmm. And so the first notice the citizen had on this would have been Friday, right?
I'm sorry?
The first notice the citizens would have had of this input would have been Friday, right?
Would have been with this agenda, yes, sir.
Okay, so I know we're going to do this, and I know we've got an overage, and we may even have a year in 15 or so when tax revenues, I'm not sure, kept up with estimates. I'm not sure. But we'll have an overage, and that goes towards these inflationary costs. But I just feel like anytime we deal with the CIP, we need to make sure that we're above reproach. I don't know how to say it.
I understand.
And I realize that we're following the rules by doing this, but I'm expecting that there will be a special meeting between now and the next meeting. And Council, I would like to see us, and I understand the need to allocate this portion so that we can put this bid out if that's Council's decision to accept the bid. But I would feel better if we did a little more advertisement and had 2 meetings and let the public know what's going on. Because when you mess with the CIP, you are messing with public trust. And this isn't messing, it's a necessary thing, but that's not the way it's viewed, okay? And so that's my thoughts, council, is we need to have we need to advertise well what we're doing, explain it, and have two opportunities for citizens to come and speak besides this one.
Mayor, how much notice would you like us to give?
If we have a special meeting, and I think we will next week, as soon as we know the meeting is there, I'd like to have the notice out. And I think that's appropriate for we can already let them know that it's going to happen at the next regular scheduled meeting as well.
Okay.
And if I could get, open for discussion, you may or may not agree, but I'd appreciate a motion to that effect.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
will we have input on the projects that are within the CIP that we might wish to see this go to as opposed to all of it in one place?
So the answer to that is yes, and I wish we had an estimate, and I bet we could have an estimate of what that overage is going to be by if we have a meeting next Tuesday, right?
I would ask that.
Okay, this is not an action item. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
council.
I would respectfully ask that we not have a meeting until Thursday, next Thursday. I'm slated to go out of town, and I would like to be able to present that information to you.
Did you say this Thursday?
Next Thursday. Until next Thursday, yes, sir.
So we'll figure this out.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
please.
that'll be possible, but let me ask you a question. Will you be able to get an estimate of what that 2015 to current is overage in CIP income? Because ever
Yes,
since,
sir. I think I will be.
Propel went into effect, we've collected more than the budget number.
Yeah. I think I'll be able to get you a good estimate, and I think I'll be able to tell you where those either overages or underages may be. And I'll tell you right up front, there was a year that we probably overspent.
Mayor, Council, how will we get this information to the public? I mean, what venues are we going to use? Because I don't think everyone looks at our agenda on a regular basis. So that concerns me, to get this information out and the explanation of it.
So we'll do, Ms. Chapman, we'll do all of our normal things that we do when we serve public notice. Or when we advertise for a public hearing, there's publication in the newspaper. There is publication in the agenda, both electronically and physically in print. All the, we'll get Caitlin involved. She'll make a public service announcement. So we'll do all of those things.
Okay. Sometimes those public notices in the paper are so small that you don't even know what it is. So I would like to see the social media and also maybe some articles from the paper.
Okay, now, this is not an action item, so if everybody will just confirm they agree with the plan, I think the staff can move forward in that direction. You good with that, John?
I am.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So we don't have a date for next week, yes.
Do what?
We don't.
We do not have a date set. I expect to by tomorrow. Dwayne, you want to say something?
We can receive some input from citizens today if you want.
Okay.
It's in the agenda item, so.
Okay, that's great. And if somebody was here, I wouldn't want to cut them out. So citizens, this is your opportunity. We'll open the floor up for you to come and speak. Each citizen will follow the House rules of 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Hey,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner.
City Council, John O'Brien, the Comanche County Commissioner for District 1 on the east side. Wow, this was handled so wrong, and we came prepared with a proposal for where some of this money could go. We've got a lot of water associations all around this county, both in my district, both in the Western District, and a lot of those water districts we can't get help to. Some of them fell up under some ARPA qualifications. Most of them cannot. And I would ask, because these water associations are tapped into city water, they're paying a higher amount than the citizens that live within the city. They've bought their water meters, they've gotten their lines ran. If they have trouble in the future, their water meter goes out, they have to buy another water meter. Where the citizens in the city don't have to buy one. You guys will come and fix it.
So is this about the CIP?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So what I'm asking is for you to consider helping out these water associations. At some point in time before now, the city of Lawton, I think, actually asked the DEQ to help them, and the leadership or the personnel at the time said, no, we won't help, or no, we can't help. But the current leadership and personnel with DEQ is willing to sit down with the city of Lawton. They're willing to work out like a grace period for the deficiencies, if you will, and give them like a 3 to 5 year period to bring some of that up to standard. I'm sorry.
We do have a.
I'm sorry, 3
We
to
do
5
have
years.
I wasn't even timing. Were you timing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, we do have a council committee on outside water sales that any requests would need to come through. Who is on that? I know Mr. Hampton is okay, Mr. Hampton's the chairman. Unfortunately, he's not here today. But I think you could put your request in writing and get with Mr. Hampton, and the legal department could help you arrange that.
Okay, yeah, and that was, I didn't expect an answer today, but that was the thing, to bring it up and let y'all start considering it. I brought with me Ms. Tracy Hambrick, who's with the Clemmer Water Association, and that's all we're asking. Maybe a chance to sit down with the folks that could talk to us about it. And I'm not asking to go through and revamp the water system, but they could use a little bit of help, that we can't get anywhere else.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and for public input on this particular item concerning overage in the CIP? Yeah, come on up.
I just wanted to ask, if we do go along with the outside water sales committee, is that totally separate from this CIP? Or would we be telling them that that's a suggestion we have?
It's
for
either
this?
or both. I mean, it's, the committee is made up of council members, and they have staff support there, and so they'll bring the recommendation.
Mhm.
Okay?
Well, what our goal would be is basically just to get the city, the county, and the citizens that are stuck in this archaic system of water associations, because back in the 50s, 60s, the city couldn't let any rural water associations bring a meter within 2 miles of their city limits. For whatever reason, I don't know. But then citizens that wanted to live within 2 miles of the city limits had to run their own water lines, get a master meter from the city, and then each house they get a certain amount of taps on, they get a certain amount of meters, and then there has to be a volunteer president, a volunteer water tester. We have to test our water every month, and we have to collect dues from all the people and send it in to the DEQ, and there's a lot of fees. And then if the line breaks, we have a plumber, that we get to fix it. But these systems are decades old, and they're not going to hold up. And I know this sounds bad, but I'm a retired school teacher, and many times, like the women or the men who are over the PTA, they're like got $2,200 and they steal it. So this is a situation where we're managing these checking accounts. There's no oversight. There's nothing, and so the ones who've lived out there forever, we can't really hand it off to these young people. They don't even know that water.
I think I understand, but you need to plead your case to the council
Right, so
committee,
I'm hoping that we
okay?
can get the city, the county, and the DEQ to sit down, because the DEQ has reached out to us and said, could you get the city? I think we have more people who are willing. That's what we're saying, and I just wondered if we talk to him, does it negate us being able to talk to you? But you're saying no.
So, well,
it
he
doesn't.
might direct you to the attorney, but I can't imagine him directing you otherwise. I'll visit with him later today, and he'll be expecting it, and you can make your request either through the city manager or the lawyer's office, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public input. And we will move to item 20. Consider receiving a presentation on the water and sewer line construction needs and authorize staff to send requests for qualifications for engineering design services and authorize staff to seek potential loans to support the project funding using the unobligated half-cent 2019 Propel Water and Sewer designated funds as the repayment means of the 30-year loans. Rusty.
Yes, first thing I got in the presentation is basically the condition of our water and wastewater system in Lawton. The water system, start off with water distribution, main breaks, and repairs. This is the water system within the city of Lawton, the pressure zones, the mapping. We have 635 miles of water lines in the city of Lawton. Approximately 31,000 service taps, and we have some lines that are in excess, approaching the 100-year life. I mean, they are 100 years old. We have 4,500 fire hydrants, 12,000 water meters. The age of our system, the majority of our water lines are in excess of 50 years old. And as the soil conditions and the age of our water lines, we're having a large number of water main breaks. Here's pictures of some water lines, some breaks that we've had just recently, where holes are blown in the water mains, and you can see the condition that the deterioration of the water mains. Here is a graph showing water main breaks for the last 3 years in specific map sections. We have the 3 map sections located here in red have had over 100 main breaks in the last 3 years in these 1 mile map grid sections. Here is a map of section 9. The stars that you see right there are the main breaks that have occurred in that 1 mile map grid section. Here is map 29. This one has had 109 main breaks, and it's due to the age of the water mains in those areas. Here is map 11, and it's had it's 135. This is the worst one in the city. 135 main breaks in 3 years. What brings forth a problem. You know, basically the mains are old. We have very plastic soils that move a lot, and which are causing breaks at an exponential number. Here is a graph. We have seen a 20% rise in main breaks per year over the last 5 years. And if you project that main breaks out, that is, right now we're running just at 500 main breaks a year. If you project that 20% increase, you can see how that potential escalates over time. We are currently at a position that main breaks are about all we can take care of with our water distribution crews. That's why what you see meter leaks and small leaks not getting repaired, because they're concentrating on repairing main breaks. Okay, that's basically the condition of our water system. Sewer system. We've had a sewer rehab program. Here's a map of the sewer system. Over the last 20 years, the sewer rehab program has replaced 35% of the sewer mains in the city of Lawton. We have 435 miles of sewer main. The city of Lawton, because of local businesses, purchased predominantly concrete sewer main pipe, which deteriorates with sewer gas. It dissolves the pipe. The pipe starts here and it gets down to paper thin and disappears. The only thing that's left is the clay soil holding is a hole in the ground. We've replaced 35% of our system with the sewer rehab program. That's still not enough. Like I said, there's 435 miles of sewer main, 6,000 manholes. We've replaced 35%, which is 152 miles of sewer main has been replaced in the city of Lawton, which still leaves 283 miles that have not been addressed. 28 miles of those lines are newer lines that are PVC and are in good condition, which still leaves 255 miles of sewer lines that are concrete that are deteriorating, which is still 55% of our sewer system. Here you can see maps that show map 9, and if you notice, these are pretty close to the same map sections as the water. These are some of the older areas of Lawton. And the main breaks and collapses, map 10, map 11. What I'm bringing forth to you today is a plan for the future. In the 2019 Propel CIP, there was a ½ cent set aside for 3 items: public safety, emergency fund, and the rest of it was set aside as for water and sewer infrastructure improvements. And what that provides, we've obligated part of those funds for Cash Road water line and a few other projects. Still leaves 200, if you look at the escalation over a 30-year life, gives us about $219 million with a 2% escalation in increase, and that's what finance generally recommends using as an escalation in income in that sales tax over a period. Gives us $218 million of unobligated funds over that 30-year period. If you take half of that for water improvements, that gives you $109 million to work with. For water, it gives you $109 million to work with for sewer. And what that will amount to is excess of 100 miles of water lines being replaced and over 100 miles of sewer lines being replaced. What we're bringing forth is we've got a few projects we already have designed in-house ready to go to construction, but it gives us a systematic approach to start now improving our water and our sewer system that is not currently being addressed. Of that is over a 10-year period, approximately $8 million a year, $8 to $16 million a year, depending on how many projects we can get designed and bid out. Available funds for water is $109. The debt service for that, $80 million, is $99 million, still leaving some funds, $10 million of unobligated funds there. One of the things that we have at our disposal, if we do that $80 million in multiple loans, and each year, if we take those loans to the Water Resources Board or to the DEQ for approval, we're eligible for $1 million of debt forgiveness if we do it in June, July, and August. But all the debt forgiveness is gone and used up in the state if you don't get it submitted in July and August. By September, you're not getting any debt forgiveness. Our Cash Road water line, we took that to the DEQ early enough last year that we received $1 million of debt forgiveness on that $28 million loan. What we would do is take that $80 million that we're looking at using and break that up to where we would be borrowing money over different years, which will give us that eligibility to get that free $1 million a year. And so leveraging that free $1 million, but we have to be very prudent in getting that done by July, August, and bringing the resolution to council and the water authority to approve the debt service using the CIP, unobligated ½ cent water and wastewater, to fund that loan, and then that be repaid from that over a 30-year loan. By breaking those loans up into yearly, that moves that 30 years out to 34, 35, maybe 36 years of money coming in. So that actually increases that money over that $218 million that we were projecting. Exactly the same thing on the sewer side. You can accomplish about 100 to 125 miles of sewer line replacement. So what this does is it gives you an opportunity to start right now doing a minimum of $8 million a year water line replacement in our neighborhoods up to If we want to borrow the first loan, I'd recommend it probably $24 million. Would allow us to, if we can get the designs completed by consultants and put them out to bid, we could get that moving up to maybe $16 million worth of line construction for 2 or 3 years right in the middle of this time period. So over a 5 to 7 year time period, we could get the 100 miles of water lines replaced and the 100 miles of sewer lines replaced under current funding services, debt service. Questions?
Use multiple engineering firms to keep it moving, right?
What part of it, we're going to send out RFQs and qualify multiple firms to do the design, because that's a lot of line construction for one firm. One firm would be very hard pressed to keep up with that.
And there's going to be performance requirements of dates so they don't make us miss the free money?
Yes, yes.
Okay, why not a 7-year plan instead of a 10?
Well, it would really functionally could be 7 with the same plan. It's just I spread it over 10 because it divided evenly. That was really, to be honest, it divided evenly. So,
I appreciate your honesty.
yeah, but realistically, the goal is to accomplish it in 7 years. But to guarantee it because of getting the firms and getting the design, getting materials purchased, it may lag. But our goal is to do $8 to $16 million a year of water line and $8 to $16 million a year of sewer line construction.
So, if the opportunity was there and the engineering was done, you could accelerate it a little bit without further council approval?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll have to take all that out for bids.
Yes, that will all go out
Get the
for
bids
bid.
back in and get it going, award
Yes.
contracts and go, and all from independent contractors
Yes,
on this.
yes.
The
That's
city
more-
wouldn't try to do
that's-
any of this.
That is a lot of work. It's going to take
Yeah.
a lot of contractors to accomplish that much
Yes.
work.
Okay, good.
So I commend you for this. This is the way we need to be thinking, and it's the best understanding I've seen of how to use debt and how money works. So thank you for this plan. Now, what is your plan for keeping up with, okay, this 100 miles is the worst.
Mr. Mayor,
So,
before you go forward, can I ask a question about this?
hold on a minute.
Okay.
What is your plan for keeping up with the repairs and this 100 miles that you're working on? I mean, it's going to take 10 years to get there, and I'm thinking we're going to get started right away because you got a couple ready, but I haven't heard the plan for keeping up with the brakes.
What it amounts to is we're going to attack the areas that are breaking and continuing to break. So that will reduce that number of break escalation in that first year. We will attack those 3 subbasins, those 3-mile grids. That will be the first maps we attack. That will reduce the breaks by 300 in that first year out of 500. And
in the first year, you'll be able to cut the brakes in half.
yes.
And does that get you
And that gives you crews to actually get out there to do the small leak repairs and do that other kind of repairs that we have not been able to get to. It allows them to take care of the true maintenance of the system instead of just handling emergencies.
And do you think at the end of the first or end of the second year, you'll be at a place where you can manage the brakes?
Yes.
In a
Yes.
30-day period
Yes,
instead of
the
them getting
brakes.
away from
And
you?
right now, we've actually, on brakes, the brakes, they take care of brakes quickly. Leaks are a brake is an emergency we have to fix right now. It puts people out of water. Leaks are one of those things that they have to prioritize the size of the leaks. What it will do is we'll address the brakes so they can actually start the in-house crews in water distribution to doing the leak repairs.
Thank you for that terminology, Les. I appreciate that. Mr. Harris.
Rusty, could we go back to the money for a minute? I'm looking at the page. It says there's either water or sewer improvement cost. So it says we're going to borrow 80 million?
Well, over multiple loans.
Okay.
And what the resolution will become will be multiple loan terms, and it will be based upon the state's available funding and the interest rates they have, and leveraging, trying to get that free debt forgiveness.
Okay, so now available funds is 109 million. Please explain.
Per each area, that over the unobligated, the half cent with the 2% escalation over a 30-year produces unobligated $218 million.
So we're going to use that money to pay back the loan.
Pay back the loans.
Okay, so then it says debt service over a 30-year loan, 99 million.
That's for just the water and 99 for the sewer. Still leaves some emergency funds there if emergency, $20 million emergency.
I'm sorry, I'm not a financial guy. Could you explain debt service?
Debt service is basically a mortgage payment.
Okay.
And that's basically what it is with an interest. Now, through DEQ and the Water Resources Board, our Water Resources Board Clean Water State Revolving Fund, the interest rate we pay is approximately 3.25%.
Okay.
On drinking water, on the water mains, it's about 3.65% interest rate. And that is quite a bit less than the inflation rate we're having.
So
right now.
is the difference between the debt service and the loan, is that 19 million, is that what we're going to?
That's the interest rate you're
That's the
paying.
interest.
That's the interest rate
Okay.
you're paying over the life of that loan.
Super. Thanks, Rusty. Good plan.
I was just gonna say, I think this is an awesome plan. And I preach this to everybody. Lawton grew weird, a lot differently than other cities do, because other cities generally grow at a slow pace, and we grew as wars happened. Every war we grew larger, and so we have, rather than just have slowly replacement of lines, we have giant areas that suddenly need to have their lines replaced. And had somebody come up with this plan, and I'm not going to blame Rusty, but if somebody had come up with this plan in the 50s, we wouldn't be in the problem that we're in.
If we hadn't used concrete pipe, that would have helped a lot.
Exactly.
On the sewer line. That would
But
have
I
helped a lot.
I think Rusty's done an awesome job on this, and I think this is the only way out. I think it's an awesome way out. It doesn't solve the whole issue, but it gives us the ability, I think, to get a hold of what can solve the issue in the future.
We get a hold of it instead of it getting a hold of us. And that's what's going to happen if we don't get a hold of it.
Councilman Warren, I would just say that Rusty was new back in the 1950s, so you'll have to cut him some slack.
Let's say I was born in 57, so that I was real new in 50.
So Rusty, if I understood right, then as you slow down the rate of leaks, new breaks that are occurring, the people and the staff that we have now will be able to keep up with the
To doing
new
the
stuff.
true maintenance.
Yeah.
True maintenance.
And so that will save us money in the future as well,
Yes.
because we won't be having 100-year-old pipes
Correct.
explode.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be able to, where you see water running over a curve, we'll be able to get that stopped.
Okay, Mr. Warren.
I would just make a motion to authorize staff to move forward with this plan.
We got a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. And we are looking forward to that. Item 20, consider receiving a presentation on the sewer line construction needs and authorize staff to send. I just did that one. Okay, I'm on the wrong one. No wonder it sounded good. Maybe we need a break. How you guys doing? You okay? All right. Maybe I need a break. Consider directing staff to look at options to increase low-cost and no-cost family-friendly activities sponsored by the City of Lawton and take any action deemed necessary. Council, what this is about is, matter of fact, I see Krista back here. Just come on up. She's a better talker. I'm going to let her talk about it.
Hi, good afternoon. Dr. Krista Ratliff, President and CEO of Lawton Fort Hill Chamber of Commerce, 302 West Score Boulevard. So we have a planning committee, if you will, that includes local citizens, parents, educators. It also includes partners at Fort Sill. And so we are meeting to determine how to make Lawton Fort Sill the community of choice. And one of the topics that we keep coming back to time and time again, this refers to how do we recruit people, how do we retain people to our community, and that topic is free and reduced things for people to do in our community. How do we get our young people engaged so we keep them off the streets? How do we get people to want to live here? And so I think that's one of the topics that is on the agenda today that we'd like to open discussion and have a conversation about. We do have a letter from Fort Sill. Mayor Booker, do you want to speak to the letter?
We had that meeting and had all of them there, and basically they're just asking for low-cost, no-cost stuff. And we've got Jason back here with a creative mind. We've got Kristen. We've got our Parks and Recreation. All of them do a great job. And this is just, the idea here is just direct staff to come up with ideas of what they could do if they had an extra amount of money, say $50,000 or something. What could they do? What could they come up with? That would be put in the new budget year, but also what would they need if we were able to find the money for the rest of this budget year? So,
thank you. Yeah, the key is the free and family-centered things to get our community members engaged, that we can advertise and we can promote those things. Again, that's going to focus on recruiting, it's going to focus on retaining, it's going to allow us to meet the needs of our current community members, and this committee felt very strongly about it, from Fort Sill all the way to current community members in Lawton Fort Sill.
so do you have any questions? If not, I'd appreciate a motion to direct.
I didn't have a question, I just had something to say. I know before we used to do movies in the park, I think it was, or something like that, just throwing that out there. That was very well attended.
And what was it?
They used to show movies in the park.
Oh, yeah, so we did
Movie
that
night.
all through this holiday season. I know Lita was doing it through the summer, last summer, so we can look into that as well. That's an awesome, and people were really taking advantage of it.
Okay, great. And if I can get a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion for approval and a second. Is there discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Item number 22, consider approving a resolution amending the City of Lawton FY 2022-2023 budget as amended by appropriating $1,017,335 to the general fund for the purpose of applying the settlement funds, less attorney fees, from the NG litigation and remaining escrow funds towards the principal of the lease. Tim?
Mayor and Council, on this item, actually item 22 and 23 are companion items. If you'll recall, we had litigation with NG, which was formerly known as Optera, concerning some issues with our phone system, our computer network, and such. And we resolved that litigation through a settlement a few months ago with $875,000 going to the city that NG paid the city. In looking at what to do with those funds, there's also $317,000 approximately in escrow account for the NG projects that were basically on hold when we started litigation. So in looking at what to do with those funds, we talked with our bond counsel, who recommends, because the NG was financed, the project was financed with a lease purchase agreement, and that was a tax-exempt lease purchase agreement. So our bond counsel is saying we need to apply the proceeds of the settlement, less the attorney fees, and then also the $317,335 toward the lease. Doing that, when we'll get to that in item 23, but ultimately doing that will reduce the lease payments. Instead of the lease being paid off in 2032, we're going to pay that off in 2027, approximately 57 months early. So that's what we're doing here. The first item is a budget amendment that will authorize the allocation of those funds, and then item 23 will be approving the amendment to the lease purchase agreement with Bank of America, and we will be making a payment in August 15 of extra principal payment, and then we will be able to pay this note off or lease off early.
Mr. Warren.
I was I'd make a motion to approve resolution amending the City of Lawton fiscal year 22-23 budget as amended by appropriating $1,017,335 to the general fund for the purpose of applying the settlement funds, less attorney fees from the NG litigation and the remaining escrow funds towards the principal of the lease.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Moving us to the companion item number 23, subject to the approval of a companion budget amendment, consider approving an amendment number 4 to the equipment lease purchase agreement, Bank of America Public Capital Corp., for the purpose of applying the settlement funds plus attorney fees from the NG litigation and the remaining escrow funds towards the principal of the lease, thereby reducing the payment term, and will cause the lease to be satisfied on November 15, 2027, in essence approximately 57 months early from the original August 15, 2032 final payment date, amending the definition of equipment, acknowledging acceptance of the equipment for purposes of financing the same under the agreement, authorizing the mayor to execute amendment number 4 and any other documents necessary to effectuate the amendment. Companion item, do we have a motion?
Before we make that motion, Councilman Warren, Tim, can you explain to the council what equipment that we're talking about? I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So this is something Bank of America requires as part of the amendment of the lease, because they're wanting to close out the books and they're wanting to say essentially that, hey, this project is done. And so if you go to the exhibit, well, if you want to pull it up, under item 22, we have the proposed amendment. And so what we're talking about here when we discuss some of the equipment, it's in paragraph 3 of the proposed amendment, and we're changing the definition of equipment and by agreement, and the definition will be, let's see, it will be stating that the definition does not include the servers that were 3 computer servers, and it's really IT technical stuff, 4 gigabyte switches listed in the project, some NetApp storage arrays. We're exempting out some equipment and also all the Cisco equipment. Part of the reason for this amendment is our original data network, we were supposed to get a Cisco data network, and what Optera put in for us or attempted to put in for us was not a Cisco network. It was an ADTRAN network, and that's one of the main reasons for this amendment, because we never received the Cisco equipment, but the collateral on the lease is Cisco equipment. So we're basically changing that definition, and we're including then 33 ADTRAN routers and switches, and basically ADTRAN equipment that we did get. And so that's part of that reason, and we're amending that lease on the definition of the equipment.
Have a motion for approval?
Council Mayor, I make a motion that we approve amendment number 4 of the equipment lease purchase agreement, Bank of America Public Capital Corporation, for the purpose of applying the settlement funds, less attorney fees from the NG litigation and the remaining escrow funds towards the principal of the lease, thereby reducing the payment and will causing the lease to be satisfied on November 15th, 2027, approximately 57 months early from the original August 15th, 2032 final payment date, amending the definition of equipment, acknowledging acceptance of the equipment for purposes of financing the same under the agreement, authorizing the mayor to execute the amendment number 4 and other documents necessary to effectuate the amendment.
Is there a second? Did you make it?
Kelly.
Okay, Kelly made it. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. We did strike item 24. Item 25, consider approving a conceptual plan for the South City Hall lawn to address the draining and erosion problems and authorizing the staff to execute the project. Christine,
Hello again.
how are you?
Good. Some kind of wonderful, Mayor.
You are.
As you guys are probably aware, on the south side lawn of City Hall, we have some drainage and erosion type issues. Basically, the roof drains from the building run off into the lawn. The lawn can't stop at all, and so it picks up dirt, pushes it off into the sidewalk, into the streets. Back when Richard Rogowski was here a little over a year ago, 18 months ago, he started inquiring with Lita and one of their landscape contractors on some possible fixes. Thinking about rerouting the roof drains, maybe putting in a dry creek bed, and tried to address some of the erosion and really unaesthetic look to the South City lawn. So this has come back up again, and kind of it's time to tackle this. I got with Stormwater, Cynthia, and we think we can handle this project in-house and save the city quite a bit of money. The project would look a lot like what Lita had, what was presented to Lita, a dry creek bed that would handle the water and the runoff from the building. The estimates that Lita received over a year ago were about $29,000 to do what we think we can get done with in-house staff, with existing materials, for up to $10,000. So I think that's a pretty great savings to get, what we need done. So we're just asking today that you consider this proposal, this conceptual drawing, and we can get started probably within about 2 weeks. And the project, we estimate, depending on weather, another 2 weeks of work. So Cynthia's here to go over the presentation with you, and we'll answer any questions you may have.
I just had, I'm looking at the aerial that shows the drain that would be created on the west side of the building there in the front. Is there a twin on the east side?
The east side is in a little bit better shape. We think some of that does go underground, and we do have that parking lot on the east side, which does catch some of that and get it off into the street.
And I guess if today is a perfect day, you look right now on the sidewalk out in front of the building on the southeast side.
Yes.
It washes all the dirt down onto the concrete. So if we can do something like this over there, or if we can build a retaining wall and level that.
Not level, but build a slight berm to hold it into the water, to
Gotcha.
hold it into the grass. Yeah, Cynthia can go over the project for you. We are also going to recommend that we get with the landscaper who cuts the grass here to keep it a little bit taller. That will help slow down the water and let it soak into the ground. Right now, the grass is so short, it's like concrete, it just runs right over the top of it.
I kind of enjoy walking through that mud every time it rains to meetings.
Well, we'll save you a little spot. Okay, so Cynthia, if you're ready, Cynthia could come and give us our presentation.
Do we have a motion?
You just want to approve it without seeing the pictures?
Do what?
You want to see it without seeing the pictures?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing the distortion.
Sorry.
No, it's not, it's not you, it's the equipment.
I can say that Rusty said that it was okay, and y'all would just approve it, right? Okay, so this is the area that we're talking about. This is the southwest side. As you can see, that there's a pipe there that every time that it rains, there's a pipe here and there's one closer to the building. It is draining about 3,600 square feet, and that with a 1-inch rain, we're talking about 2,000 gallons of water running over this. And the grass that was originally installed here was Bermuda grass, and it does not grow as well as what we're proposing, which would be a shade mixture. So if we go to the next slide, what we are proposing is to excavate a 2,400 square foot area to create a 6-inch deep rain garden. It would have a 2.5 foot wide, 1 foot deep rock channel running through it. The water from the southwest corner would be directed to this channel, and the rock rain garden would serve as a detention area to filter out any pollutants, which is the dirt that we were talking about, before it does discharge into the sidewalk and then into the road, which is considered the city's stormwater system.
Cynthia, can you tell council what a hugel culture is?
We're about to get there.
All right.
All right, so the dam of the bioretention area would be a 1.5 by a 3-foot berm, a hugelkultur. Hugelkultur is not just a fun word to say, but it's actually just a vegetated mound that is designed and engineered to hold back rainwater runoff. It is our desire to make this a beautiful area where right now it's just kind of a bare spot. We want to design this with low impact, cost saving, low maintenance requirements. All right, so this picture on the left is our very, very kindergarten basic design concept. The pictures on the right is kind of what we have gotten our inspiration from. As you can see, we want to use green engineering, which is just working with nature so that it is a natural landscape rather than the traditional pipes and concrete. We want to also install large boulders and native plants and benches so that it is an inviting area. And we want to put some education up there so that citizens and people visiting the City Hall can see the stormwater aspects of this that we're putting into it.
Awesome job.
Are you?
Oh, I was just going to say, if somebody had thought about this in 1920, then
Yeah.
We weren't
Yes.
alive.
Rusty, where were
Are
you in
we-
1920?
Are we going to do this in-house or go out for bids?
No, we would propose to do it in-house.
In-house? Very pretty, thank you.
I really like the one in the middle on the bottom, because it has some landscaping in with it, flowers and stuff, and I think that would be really attractive to the southwest corner.
Yes,
And I
our-
suggest you keep me away from it, because anything I touch dies.
We are hoping to use all native plants, again, to keep it very low maintenance, where hopefully, it's only got to be touched, just a few times a year, but just to let it grow natural.
Mr. Warren.
I make a motion that we direct staff to move forward with the proposed solution.
So you can say hugelkultur.
Motion and a second, discussion or debate. Please vote. I think I need one more unless somebody left. Okay, motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Bringing up staff reports. It's 5:30 and there are none. Or it's 5, whatever time it is, it's 5. It's too late for staff reports. Okay. How about a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Johnson.
Kelly, what we're going to do with you? I feel bad about doing that to you, Kelly, about stepping on the president motion that the last day. I didn't realize the time.
I wonder what the heck this is. Do you know what's that mean?
I don't know, what is it? You can. Membership card to OML.
Present this card to hotels and airlines may entitle to government rates. Cool.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Take one step inside.
Now I just need somewhere to go.
Yeah, they were You didn't tell me about that. Can't discuss stuff outside of executive session.
What do the cool membership cards do for us here?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear it.
Somebody shed a tie.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Johnson. Warren.
Okay, executive session item number 27. Tim?
Okay, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss an action relating to litigation against manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of opioids in an effort to hold them accountable for their marketing practices alleged to have caused public nuisance and monetary damages suffered by municipalities, to include a discussion considering approving settlements with Walgreens, CVS, Walmart, Allergan, and Teva, and advise that a discussion did occur in executive session on this item, and there are, it's my understanding, 5 motions that need to be made, and each motion will be voted on separately.
Mayor and council, motion number 1, I move to adopt a resolution to approve participation in the Allergan, spelled Allergan, settlement agreement, and in doing so, A, authorize the mayor or the mayor's designee to execute the subdivision participation and release form contained in the Allergan settlement agreement as Exhibit K, including executing such participation form electronically or in paper form. B, agree to the terms set forth in the participation form, including dismissal with prejudice of the city's claims against Allergan. C, approving the Allergan State subdivision agreement and further ratifying the actions of its legal counsel in executing documents necessary to the city to participate in the Allergan State subdivision agreement and the Allergan settlement agreement. D, approving the Allergan State backstop agreement and further ratifying the actions of its legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the Allergan State backstop agreement and the Allergan settlement agreement. E, authorize the mayor and legal counsel to take all actions required by Allergan settlement agreement and the other agreements related to Allergan settlement agreement, including executing any documents required to finalize participation of the city in the Allergan settlement agreement.
Is there a second? Second. We got a motion and a second, please. Are we calling the roll or voting? Voting. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0.
I make a motion number 2. I move to adopt a resolution to approve participation of the CVS settlement agreement, and in doing so, A, authorize the mayor or the mayor's designee to execute the subdivision participation and release form contained in the CVS settlement agreement as Exhibit K, including executing such participation form electronically or in paper form. B, agree to terms set forth in the participation form, including dismissal with prejudice of the city's claims against CVS. C, approving the retailer state subdivision agreement and further to ratify the actions of legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the retailer state subdivision agreement and the CVS settlement agreement. D, approving the CVS state backstop necessary for the city to participate in the CVS state backstop agreement and CVS settlement agreement. E, authorize the mayor and the legal counsel to take all actions required by the CVS settlement agreement and the other agreements related to the CVS settlement agreement, including executing any documents required to finalize the participation of the city in the CVS settlement agreement.
And Randy, appreciate that. I think on D, you might have got off a little bit, so I'll read this. And D would be approving the CVS state backstop settlement and further ratifying the actions of its legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the CVS backstop agreement and CVS settlement agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Randy?
Motion number 3, I move to adopt a resolution to approve participation in the Teva settlement agreement, and in doing so, A, authorize the mayor and the mayor's designee to execute the subdivision participation and release form contained in the Teva settlement agreement as Exhibit K, including executing such participation forms electronically or in paper form. B, agree to the terms set forth in the participation form, including dismissal with prejudice of the city's claims against TIVA. C, approving the TIVA State Subdivision Agreement, and further ratify the actions of legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the TIVA settlement, the TIVA State Subdivision Agreement and the TIVA Settlement Agreement. D, approving the TIVA State Backstop Agreement and further ratifying the actions of its legal counsel in executing the documents necessary for the city to participate in the TIVA State Backstop Agreement and the TIVA Settlement Agreement. E, authorize the mayor and legal counsel to take all actions required by the TIVA Settlement Agreement and other agreements related to the TIVA Settlement Agreement, including executing any documents required to finalize participation in the TIVA Settlement Agreement.
Is there a second? Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Randy?
Motion number 4, move to adopt a resolution to approve participation in the Walgreens Settlement Agreement, and in doing so, A, authorize the mayor and the mayor's designee to execute the subdivision participation and release form contained in the Walgreens Settlement Agreement as Exhibit K, including executing such participation forms electronically or in paper form. B, agree to the terms set forth in the participation form, including dismissal with prejudice of city's claims against Walgreens. C, approving Walgreens retailer state subdivision agreement and further ratifying the actions of legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the retailer state subdivision agreement and the Walgreens settlement agreement. D, approving the Walgreens and Walmart state backstop agreement and further ratifying the actions of its legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the Walgreens and Walmart state backstop agreements and the Walgreens settlement agreement. E, authorize the mayor and legal counsel to take all actions required by the Walgreens settlement agreement and other agreements related to the Walgreens settlement agreement, including executing any documents required to finalize participation in the Walgreens settlement agreement.
Second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. We've got one more.
Motion number 5, move to adopt a resolution to approve participation in the Walmart settlement agreement, and in doing so, A, authorize the mayor and mayor's designee to execute the subdivision participation and release form contained in the Walmart settlement agreement as the Exhibit K, including executing such participation forms electronically or in paper form. B, agree to terms set forth in the participation form, including dismissal with prejudice of the city's claims against Walmart. C, approving the retailer state subdivision agreement and further ratifying the actions of legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the retailer state subdivision agreement with the Walmart settlement agreement. D, approving the Walgreens and Walmart state backstop agreement and further ratifying the action of its legal counsel in executing documents necessary for the city to participate in the Walgreens and Walmart state backstop agreements and the Walmart settlement agreement. E, authorize the mayor and legal counsel to take all actions required by the Walmart settlement agreement and other agreements related to the Walmart settlement agreement, including executing any documents required to finalize participation in the Walmart settlement agreement.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. That's all of them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that moves us up to item number 28. Tim?
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in Comanche County District Court titled Kent Williams as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus the City of Lawton et al., case number CJ 2020-613. So there was a discussion in executive session on that topic. It's my understanding there is a motion.
Concerning the lawsuit, Kent Williams as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton, case number CJ 2022-613, upon finding the individuals named as defendants in the aforementioned suit were acting in good faith and in the course of their employment, I move that the city, number 1, retain the firm Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent the City of Lawton. that was a B, Chief Smith in his official and individual capacity, and C, anyone else so named in their official capacity in the above referenced suit, not otherwise represented in their official capacity by another firm. Number 2, retain the firm Rosenstein, Feist, and Ringgold to represent Terry Sellers in his official and individual capacity. Number 3, retain the firm Goldsby, Proctor and Hefner to represent Timothy Scallon, Natasha Bates, Wyatt Carter, Jeremy Kinman, Ronnie Watkins, Cassidy Stavely, and Stephen Schwinder, Tika Fisher, Ian Druce, and Anthony Giles, Jeremy Payton, and Duluth Allen. And number 4, authorize the city attorney as he deems appropriate to enter into and/or authorize the city's outside counsel from Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to enter into a joint defense and confidentiality agreement with any and all of other firms mentioned in this motion representing defendants in this action.
Is there a second? There is a second. Please vote.
You get to vote.
Oh.
And the motion carries 6-0. Was that all on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, item number 29, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss particular candidates who have submitted applications for position of city manager. It's my understanding that conversation did occur and there is no action necessary.
Executive session item number 30, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations with IUPA Local 24 and the City of Lawton to include discussions concerning possible amendment to the party's fiscal year 23-24 collective bargaining agreement. It's my understanding that that conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Item number 31, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations with IAFF Local 1882 and the City of Lawton to include discussions concerning a possible amendment to the party's fiscal year 23-24 collective bargaining agreement. It's my understanding that such a conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Is there a motion for adjournment?
I'll make so.
Got a motion. I didn't hear a second. A second. Please call the roll.
Harris. Chapman. Gill. Johnson. Warren. Hankins.